don't want peace. I want problems always. I don't want peace. I want problems always. I don't want peace. I want problems always.
Upon us with mercy. So those of us who have common sense and are on social media and are writing, why is the president giving 25 million and this and that and talking plenty and the cathedral is going to cost you to lose elections? No one will lose elections because he built a cathedral. We will see in this country. We will see it that no one is going to lose election because he dedicated a prime land for God. Judges were living in that place. Ridge is one of the choicest lands in this country. And they said, take the judges out and put the temple of Jehovah here. That's what Solomon did. Take the judges out and they said, take the judges out and put the temple of Jehovah here. That's what and they said, take the judges out and put the temple of Jehovah here. That's what Solomon did. Now, because David obeyed and he created a temple through his son Solomon, can you imagine Jerusalem 5,000 years after the fact? They still call Jerusalem the city of David. Upon us with mercy. So those of us who have common sense and are on social media and are writing, why is the president giving 25 million and this and that and talking plenty and the cathedral is going to cost you to lose elections? No one will lose elections because he built a cathedral. We will see in this country. We will see it that no one is going to lose election because he dedicated a prime land for God. Judges were living in that place. Ridge is one of the choicest lands in this country. And they said, take the judges out and put the temple of Jehovah here. That's what Solomon did. Now, because David obeyed and he created a temple through his son Solomon, can you imagine Jerusalem 5,000 years after the fact? They still call Jerusalem the city of David.
Fahrbahn räumen.
Upon us with mercy. So those of us who have common sense and are on social media and are writing, why is the president giving 25 million and this and that and talking plenty and the cathedral is going to cost you to lose elections? No one will lose elections because he built a cathedral. We will see in this country. We will see it that no one is going to lose election because he dedicated a prime land for God. Judges were living in that place. Ridge is one of the choicest lands in this country. And they said, take the judges out and put the temple of Jehovah here. That's what Solomon did. Now, because David obeyed and he created a temple through his son Solomon, can you imagine Jerusalem 5,000 years after the fact? They still call Jerusalem the city of David.
Fahrbahn räumen. Fahrbahn frei. Fahrbahn räumen.
So when you come kokoda. So we na when you come so a coalition center na kobo electoral commission for ho baye den emanye. The team say, oh, I can say they but because they are a lazy political party, their party is not on the ground. Obi, on party their social media and crime people.
The NDC.
Oh, now something I'm call back on. But now say you want my excellency. I call campaign 2 days and now better than crime 3 weeks. I call 2 days and now better than 3 weeks. I call 3 days and now better than 3 weeks. Or there are two teams say 8 years or something. Ghana for 20 MPP. Need you know. I'm telling you, need you know. NDC they tell us our campaign Motomojo campaign. Then you know say. Or there are two teams say, oh, I then 8 years. 8 years as soon. Into a coin be about 20 MPP. Into the Mame Hame. He is going to have the shock of his life. John Mahama, he's going to have the shock of his life in these elections. Mark it on the OB.
Irrespective of what the polls are saying, irrespective of what the prophets are saying, irrespective of what the people are saying. In the words of Sami Jenfi, the polls, the prophets, the
what
people.
What are the polls saying?
The
only polls saying for the NDC here, where Musa Dankwa Ajana Wajana too. Oh, Lotto Doctor.
Global info analytics. But he's been doing some good work.
But see, this institution be a release post. And I do not release via NDC. Only opa next week, Obama John Mahama 99%. And I do ya just
so when you come kokoda say wo hwe na wani nkum so a coalition center na kobo electoral commission for ho baye den eman say when you come kokoda say wo hwe na wani nkum so a coalition center na kobo electoral commission for ho baye den eman
Mwa.
Hello, good afternoon.
Fine afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Fine afternoon.
Please, is this Mr. Shaggy?
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations. You people have won an award, and I've been trying to call you. Your number wasn't going through, but I've been able to talk to your friend.
What?
Ayuba. Okay. So you guys won an iPhone 17 Pro Max, a toilet roll, and then a Dettol. So we'll need you to come to the office that you take yours because Ayuba left the toilet roll and then the Dettol for you. He has taken the iPhone. So you said you will come and you take the Dettol and then the toilet roll.
Who?
Hello?
I say who come there, come take the phone. Who can take the phone?
Your colleague Ayuba.
Why you give him the phone? Why you take the phone, give him?
Please relax, calm down.
No, I said why you take the phone? So right now, you take the phone, give my friend. When you leave the toilet roll and the Dettol, I should come and take and go and do what again? Madam, you say we win promotion. We win promotion, iPhone and Dettol and toilet roll. So right now, my friend Ayuba can't take the phone right now. You are calling me to come and take the toilet roll and the Dettol. I should go and take it and do what? What do you? Me kike so nje the toilet roll the Dettol. Ya kike ya
Please, hello, please calm down. So your friend came here. And then he took the 17 Pro Max and he left the toilet roll and a Dettol for you.
So, madam, right now, I'm telling you, you, my friend, come there. Abokina yazo uri kundoki 17 Pro Max kunsa anushi. Kumbaru manida to the toilet roll. Mida idashi. Nate mukuna tafena kashi jikinani. I'm walking, I'm shitting inside my body. I shit inside my body. You go leave the toilet roll and the Dettol give me.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that, but you need to come and sign our documents. We are
I should come and sign. I should come and take toilet roll and sign. I should take car and come to your place for where crowd your shop day to Allah. Where your shop day?
We are on the ring road.
I should take car and come there. Come take toilet roll. Kiba kida lafia. I should come and take toilet roll. One shake and take a kena. Are you a Uri Adada Caribis phone? Kuzokse Manikama, a cucumbari asunashi, that or the toilet roll. So I should come and take and go and do what? I should take and go and do what? Do Allah. One bala ikega. I should come and take and go and do what with the toilet roll? Me, I'm a Muslim man. Me, I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. I go toilet.
Calm down. We need you to come to our office. Then you sign for us.
I should come and sign and take toilet roll. With my money, I should take car. One shake and take a kena. So, me, I'm a Muslim man. I don't like. If I go toilet, I take butter, wash my bottle. Now, one can dinner. So, I will just use phone. Munafkai. Kumba da Allah kabi phone. I carry look at them and nikaba. News also kabi toilet roll.
Please calm down. So right now, who is going to sign?
Madam, look, madam, let me tell you something. Wallahi, me, I'll do that. Let me tell you something. If you are playing with me, wallahi, I'll do you so come Quran or this one, Kunfaya cool. Live on my life. You take the phone, the better thing, give somebody. I should come and take toilet roll. God will punish you.
Hey! Cha 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 cha.
All right, good evening and welcome to With All Due Respect extended version. It's exactly 3:23 p.m. U.S. East Coast time is definitely 8:23 in Ghana. My name is Kevin Akobedu Taylor. I am your host. My producers are called The Goats Team. We are streaming live from our studios in Washington, D.C. We are live on TV. We are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. Streaming live on radio and also on TikTok. Tonight, you can watch this show live on Loud Silence TV on Multi TV. Loud Silence TV on Multi TV. Also live on Loud Silence TV on YouTube. Loud Silence TV on YouTube. We are streaming live on Facebook. We have two platforms on Facebook streaming the show live. With Audio Respect page is our official Facebook page. With Audio Respect page, we are streaming the show live. And also Loud Silence TV page on Facebook. Loud Silence TV on Facebook. TikTok was live a moment ago. I don't know what happened. I think they reported TikTok, so we just went off TikTok. But our official TikTok name is Kevin Taylor _WADR. Kevin Taylor _WADR. You're also streaming live on radio tonight. If you have an Android device, go to the Google Play Store, download Loud Silence Radio. You will be part of the show. We're also live on iOS or on Apple. Download Loud Silence Radio on apps from the App Store. You can be part of tonight's show. This show is sponsored by you because you are ready to speak truth to power. And the enyumbre yasa aba ebedwudwom akire Ghana ene ewiase nyina de ekoso ewa manyosemu ene abrabomu nsem. Jumade we jumade fa Ghana ho etwegu ewo TV so etwegu ewo Facebook etwegu radio so ene YouTube. So and then the first time I wish jumade we I afraid jumade we With All Due Respect. Me and I medi ho chia me oma ombo mechi dom no ye from the Goats Team. Omo na akire nsem no e de aso am se membra mimejudwom na Ghana for ehu de ekọ inchirechiremu no endwudwom no ende nwumre ebesi wa ha inti yiwasum na nsempolo ene nsempele ene abon tofa ene yebejudwom akyerew ende nwumre jumade we twegu TV so Multi TV so no yo Africa 22 African countries Ghana kan ho 23 jumade no betima hwe no Multi TV so Loud Silence TV o search ya wonsa beka oguta any digital TV bia so anasa any digital TV bia wonsa beka Loud Silence TV on Sabeka Jumadi way. Yes, sir. Ewo Facebook. Your 2 pages now Facebook. Ubitumi follow ya. Ana ADHE. Time be live. Be obenya notification. Actually, was Kevin Taylor and Goats Team no. Yaba live. Yabe chile Ghana in Semu. And no Loud Silence TV. Facebook and With All Due Respect page and also a Facebook page. Moi, mo besa mo hwe Jumadi no YouTube so no. Your YouTube channel no edino edi Loud Silence TV. Loud Silence TV. Wonsa ebeka ewo YouTube enyumbre. Yes, I will say radio any sebio bibia ye di dwuma ne fa sebio pese wutie wasum ebia wuchika ebia wo dwuma bi untumi hwe TV na yo yanka say radio I find Loud Silence Radio ukuta Android device mo amkuta Samsung ne Android phones ne ade no mo betumi akọ Google Play Store na ma download the Loud Silence Radio mo nsa ebeka dwuma de we obetumi tie ehu de ekoso most of more iPhone to send me no oko App Store na obetuma download the Loud Silence Radio wonsa ebetuma ka dwumade we etwegu ewo ewiasa fa ne nyina yewo sebio omo so yasene awo dwumade etiko ama arichi anase akọ ewiasa fa ne nyina omo nyina so sebio nyame enhira omo midin Eddie Kevin Taylor omo bom mechi dom no ye from the Goats Team and achichere nsem no ete say na mampesi as you can see asem eda pono so ana assembly epono 1 year John Mahama bedi president no endra the 7th of January 26 sorry and afeba ko pepepe ana 1 year pepepe and then you bring ebese Ghana 40 as say Jumadi John Mahama ne NDC di no Jumadi so enipa na sebio ye ka kire mo ye hye mo bo ena onyankopon so ede ne nsa esim say 42 years na NDC ebedi wo aban mu almost 1 year, I got 41 years. So see, I know you be brave house John Mahama ye, any NDC abine also ye. And no, a 1 and day you become 1 John Mahama as and there was sorry, you know, in summer at that point, so I be jumbino and I be church much or and the president of the republic, John Dramani Mahama, paid some visits, some unexpected visits to some media houses, selected media houses around the nation. He went to the nation's broadcaster, the Ghana Television, and also GBC, or Graphic Communications, or other places, or share, or bonds, share, and who dear course. In Comodia because GBC director, no, Ekasaye, and in Sembia John Mahama, so president of the republic, Obdina, no, Ekaye, FA, in Sema Ecosono. Yawa in Sembi, and so FA, Kendo Furiata Yachiro United States of America, Ghana former finance minister, Kufuor Busia Penny, or share MPP Chinisika, any Sebio na Hoarding, any Boaba Omia, any MPP parties on Besaba, Asabedi Jumuno, and the America for say, the Krata semi engineer naso inti Yachero, Emma Sebioba America ha, or the Jemuma, Sebio, the BP, Akosri, Yabachimka cry. Sama Sibio BBC a public a year secret ubia enim de echo ya born tofa enra and then you so ubia enim de AC can of reata ya channel America on my way so on krata engineer na so visa and now on krata be to kruma na engineer na so a omo ho kwan say Sibio ometoto ano na Sibio ochim adekodi ntia okrata ewu a oda ho ha na say eto asuma ometuma mo atena ha ato aso na Sibio ento asuma ombesade wako ekura ufiri so baaye enti yehwe de besi o kanofurata insensem animu no and so yebeka petrol ho nsem yateso na say eda ho ekɔ form interest rate Bank of Ghana akasa the governor and so ede nano atsum abetudwa efa Ghana interest rate se okoji loan or bank yefa bibia insi ho Sibio sika Sibio ubetua aka eka na wakoje no anase interest no eno so aban we buy no abafom anase Sibio ekosro in Sembebre wa hayo bon tofa oyiko otu akasa John Dramani Mahama the president of the republic no wako Ghana police service amomo pick up some kwa de oha 100 o kan semi eto so eno yedru ha yebedwom ama Ghana for ehunu kure no and also pensioner for so in some ha yebedi pensioner for so ehun komo enkoko nkitinkiti one of the flagship programs a John Mahama ban no ekachire Ghana for so ba obeye and the DNC ewo enkoko nkitinkiti ho yebeka eno ho nsem abrewa poso your friend Patricia PJ nanim ferry on ferry adia nanim bu ne dwe and wasabe gu no hu ni mas yedru ha yebedwedwum ama Ghana for ehunu kure no ensam no abo apeso edoso bebre ena ende yeba be sei jandam so aka ho nti wo hweme na woni ebi so ehweme na wo mpene bia na unuaba ma wo fa se ana wakonta nipa bia pena sembi ehweme. I tell the person that Kevin Taylor and Go's team are live tonight. We are going to do justice to the issues. We'll be breaking the issues down, we'll be clarifying issues, and we'll be killing Jandam. Welcome to With All Due Respect television. This is With All Due Respect.
Campaign no nyame adom ekoyi pa Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia nyame adom a January 31st ebusuwi yakobo be kasa
na me bisa se oba power den any vision
the vision esa wa woni tu alada the vision e kuta papa no adwene kuta no Ghana base Dubai
into the vision no me Freddy mami
vision on kan hu bi na ready for education by and now to light of phones who renew hospital bibia our phones there's a bibia digital
into 2028 e vote man ade new ben o de ba
new or de ba ni say no one o de ba be no be nya no say o de new matter na ba 2024 na and ye ko to election na 2028 no and your man or the buy near 5 the 5 of the count.
It was here and me see friends, I'm your 5 no fair or Fredino Dino.
A Dini is Ziriga, a Dawson. A baby. And no one on
me Fredino.
And I'm saying Ghana and the best in Dubai. And I want to here. And I'll get pan of a person catching up.
Bamia, Ebia, Oba. Ebia or the way back constituency or the way back way.
Eba, Baomiaba. So wali broni kra da obe wali broni. Se Baomiaba train ani e twense be fa wiem no.
And any vision.
Baomiaba enko school a in government school bia obenya bus dey ko school. Wa u getire uni sika odi be adwuma bia ye be ma sika dey adwuma. What you say? So we nikanika krana ye be kra machines out be nikanika. We baba ye be ma machine out be baba. Adwuma bia we bia aban na be so.
Problem no any new problem no ye wo Ghana ni. Problem ni nyina ni se obi abodam na onjintum se wabodam. On se obi wo mental problem ana nipa bi nipakuo bi ana ekuo bi dodo no adwene hyeda nya adwuma na omunjintum nikenika bagi buta na wope bagi na wope. Oh na nipa mu say bebre wo ediba o mechi bebre di Kennedy echi bebre wo MPP mu. And when you sit them down, that's what person can answer chiro say hey Ghana ne bibie du no sa Jimmy say no entumi nwini aba omedi di watam. Omega say otan omo. Omega say hey yetua woka. Omega say hey omedi watam. Omedi webusuafo ofie semne omedi watam. But there ya wo wiase ne say obi agimi na onim se we Jimmy. Na wo che ne se we Jimmy. Na wo person beji atum so we Jimmy tu. Tie. There ya wo wiase ne say obi agimi na on person beji atum so we Jimmy. Na wo che ne se we Jimmy. Na on tia say identity na wo che ne se we Jimmy tu. And this is what we have been dealing with for the past 8 years and the 9 years aba. These were the people. And they have so many of them in the NPP. From Abronye all the way. There are a lot of retards. Bronika said retards are. Omwa sebio omo Jimmy Ataba and a friend retards. So Bronika said this guy is a retard. We are retarder. We Jimmy Ataba and a friend Bronika said a retard. These are the people. And how can you reason with such people? How can you just sit and say, you know something? This government, every single step they are taking, it's changing lives. And it is a video be a propaganda video be a Joy News. And I'm Ghana omubusebusa nkofo say oh John Mahama abino abino ejuma na omayere 1 year so far na mehuma mi bi say not a little kiosk mo say only the ohun hwe obema abino is zero. Na sometimes no I keep telling people obi a we Jimmy onya na adwun so besesa no we need to leave them behind and move. Because they be a mechanic ha and any papa could to aba. In this because of pain and now your affiliation to a particular political party, and you don't want to accept the reality. We all don't have to wait for you, such a damn fool, and then be marking time because nipebi, nipakuobi, ehuni say nyomankuyi momo. It does not work like that. Ghana politics, Ghana governance, it drew point to be the majority. Dear Omo Peno and then Abanye. And into 57% of Ghanaians can say John Mahama and your Peno. Into say 57% are satisfied. The 38 or 33.34 no, nobody gives a hoot about them. And you see, you might be pained. Bibi betimaya ya say when people ni free abemu. Bibi betimaya ya say or party ni abemu. But that does not mean say I was say Ghana for accept it how you feel. No. Your party no so omo toto nyoma year anka at the end of the day nka Ghana for ya mubu omu enimtia so omo Jimmy and come back say okay mudwuma dia mudi no sebio asoyeni because ebusa say John Mahama aban no aye dwuma na so ka say unhu hwea then the fact in na kire say wa aban ne besi so no eye hu a Ghana for enhu hwe nti no mutu until you are still stuck in that perception until they am catch the young people of Ghana me say that politics of begging a group of people, begging a tribe, begging a religion, begging some group of people for them to feel special. No, I'll see a jai. Hey, if you don't want to be part of what is going on, you can stay back. We will make sure what is going on. No, abua obia. That's all. It is not about how you, an individual, feels. It's not about how you are. Maybe election uncle yama party you feel. I'll see you feel say Joy News can go out there and talk to 10 people, and all of them can say they don't see what the government is doing. But majority of the people who the impact of the abane, it is them. It is them we care about. It is not you. It is not how you feel. Because you see, most of those people are it is not the reality. Because or can reality now, Obebusan will say, okay, let's be realistic. John Mahama ba bemuno, doom so say anyhow, it's gone. That is one thing you ask yourself. Okay, John Mahama ba bemuno, as we sit now, Ghana, Nyoma Ben na first no, I'm a man for a few years ago. Na you say a man for Juma egu. The entire man for Juma egu. Na you see someone ye. Na dollar sebio na huwa dine wasro. Na Ghana forecast a bino engine no muntimi ensesano. But we could not get any intelligent person in the NPP to put policies and programs together to make sure say and which a Ghana for the 8 years no we never got any intelligent person. Ye nya nipa ba kumpo onim nyansa obeka se ye nya nyoma say kakra hwe se dollar no betima ba bia 12 ana 11 ye nya obi ama na anya sa. But this is the situation where now more culture say they have people omunim nyansa omusua economy omunim sa the economy running no, they could not get solutions to the problem. Media mi pia brewa baby okoto no emfa me ho. The reason why so many people were out in their numbers in 2024 to vote was because the NPP had failed. They did not have a clue about governance. That's all. Now, so omodi abano ana tumi no ama obi foforo na ade no mo complain wo ho say the cost of living na too high. Kania engina so dum so na too much. The oba bibi to say interest rate in sihu a wokoji sika o bank akoye djuma, it was too high. Nyoma boarding you can't bibi to say inflation. Na too high, it could do 53%. Yeah, can you say Ghana a can na many or minor? Na it was too much. Na yehu yehu de. There were so many things na or minor per se abine ye bibi. Omomudi abine nimuno you musika kesiye no. Omadwini nye jumana nipa ho hen ha omo. But what we saw was that we saw people who were arrogant, people who indirectly were insulting our intelligence. Abra nyoma bo edru say no, omse nyoma bro ndu sa. Abra dollar edu 1780 no no say dollar ni endu 1780 abra ye na ye ko market no so ko sika abra na interest rate inflation edu 53 no say nyoma boy nyadin. So we felt disrespected, insulted, and we saw say omo edi to me no never had a clue. They from day one they didn't understand what governance was. And in 2024 elections people you never thought to say they will step out to vote. So they stepped out because it was a life and death thing. So ma metwaba anka Mahamudu Abaomia, Kennedy Japan, Brani Champon, Kentry, ene omomaka no edi Ghana so anka nipa dodo mo be half nke yewu. Yeti krom ha ene bo nipa tuo because ye kwotwaba keke. And it did not just start in 2024. It started from 2020 and about 2024. You saw Ayawaso West Wagon. You call at a point a whole government it decided say obe target a region, the Volta region. Election day, a day before elections, or koho no akoboni patu no achichi ni pebia kogum adanya the syncophobi or homo person to abanigu. You could see was clearly these people were mad dogs. They just did not understand. They had no clue about governance. Businesses were folding up. That was the first time we saw business, multi-million-dollar companies fold up and leave the shores of Ghana because nobody was listening to them. And then when they complained to, they become a political target. We saw how government officials were kidnapping individuals, even international airline workers who people recognize around the world. They say they work for international airlines. We saw them kidnap people. You could see, say, it was a government that was rogue, like the government was off track. It was a government that was like, it had mad cow disease or rabies. The government was biting anything. The government was going after everything. The government just was out of chains. And Ghanaians were every single day telling these people, you are killing the people. DDEP, pensioners, near Tikromha, they wanted to give our hotels to individuals. Like, we sat in this country. President Ba ni atam $32 million contract man say Uncle Painty Bridge say we were in this country. We bring in drug addicts to come to a Jubilee House to exhibit the highest form of disrespect to the seat of government. We saw how people, thugs, in 2017 went into a courtroom. Judge Onyem, you say invisible forces, Delta Force. They had to beat the judge, take their person out. The law wasn't working. Nothing was working in this country. Every single thing was out of the roof. And people did not have the right to even speak. People's investment were taken away from them by force. People could not speak. You could see the country. We got to a point where everybody was suffocating. And that is a reality. And we are never going to stop reminding Ghanaians about that. Because you see, because we don't want to go back to that, we always have to consistently remind Ghanaians of what we did together to get out of this misery, to get out of this tyranny, to get out of this wickedness. It should be something that always pricks our conscience. Every time Bawumia be cross your mind, Ekufuado should cross our mind. Gabi Ochedaku should cross our mind. Bedi Eto should cross our mind. Oforiata should cross our mind. Those people who were killing people at Techiman South, they are supposed to cross our mind. The kind of intimidation, stealing, the autocratic kind of governance. All these things are supposed to cross our mind. And that is the only way that we can guide ourselves, guide the democracy of this nation to where we want it to get to. The moment we forget ourselves for a day, these slimy, sneaky disease of political actors in the MPP will sneak in and they will destroy us more. The amana dangerous cramponi say, right now, who say, governance, Senate, TNA, and now they are so hurt to say, we gave them our resource. And the NDC about power, they are managing the resource well. And the interesting thing is, the NDC is managing our resource, especially gold, with indigenous Ghanaian companies. They are hurt. They want that opportunity. Because you see, they wanted to sell everything to Abrofo. We made a lot of noise. It didn't happen. Now, Omo will say, there's gold. Now, their target is the gold. Now, their target is to come in and steal it. And that at the end of the day, because in the first night, it is still enshrined in their brains to say they can do it again and nothing is going to happen. The governance now, John Mahama, Eddie Kono, and the way are all managing your man, these people just want the opportunity to come and destroy. So let's not forget, even for a day, we should keep reminding each other. We should always tell ourselves to say, we thank God to say, the courage, the wisdom, and that belief to say about together, near Betuaba, near the Mpaibo upon a draba umiamaye, a drug, Ekufuadumaye, the way they wanted to use the security agencies to be thugs, criminals to shoot, you to be suppress your mono. We need never to forget that. We don't have to forget that. And we cannot hand over this nation back to the devil. And the devil is the NPP. The devil is the NPP. Every day I keep telling you, do not forget what these people have done. Never forget what the NPP has done. Remember Renfida. Don't ever forget any of these things. Short memory, no. They went, brought thugs, and they went to the Ghana military. No, military intadie, and nobody share a with and said because we want power, kill. They shot 8 people, cold blood. Pay. Now Bawumia is the head of the police council in Ghana. Ebesinde, he has never spoken about it. Bawumia never spoke about it. The next week, na Ojina Independence Square, na Oswe, yesweni in. Mahmoud Bawumia okuta Quran in Kremoniu. So these are dangerous people. These are very dangerous people. And don't see them say, no. Omo 31st election way, ubongu somu nuomo. 31st election way ombeno, ubongu somu nuomo. Now one case omo campaign omo yeno, steady campaign, ubongu somu nuomo. When they get the opportunity, they will murder each other. They will kill each other. And the omo sorry na we catch it in Japan, show who you. And the we sorry no kasa. Because the issue is, a party a wudifwo wom. They don't care about anybody in Ghana. They don't care about anybody. Don't forget yourselves. Mama Murem Fida, Onyankopon ma ye one life BM as a nation. There, your forefathers see ye mistake to be a Kekufuado ejini nyina say no. We are now coming out of this trauma. Also, we are now starting to believe in governance. We are now starting to believe in leadership. We are now masa chance ni BM. We should not ever even think, say, we are going to forget about what has happened. Hey, this is what they did. These are things we can't forget.
It was a normal morning. Electorates began queuing very early, some as early as 6 a.m. to cast their ballots peacefully and dash to work. Early reports suggested the process began smoothly, but eyebrows were raised about the presence of heavily armed security personnel, as many as 6 per polling station across the constituency. Political party agents were vigilant and ordinary people watched from afar. But it was an unusual election day. Heavily armed masked men in bulletproof vests, dressed in black polo shirts and khaki trousers, marked NSC as agents of the National Security Council, seen in police pickups, crisscrossed the main streets towards Bauleshi, a known NDC stronghold. The arrival of the operatives in Rambo style surprises all. About 25 hooded men in 5 pickups or so jump off. In a well-orchestrated plan, they run across the compound where voters had queued waiting for their turn, creating fear and panic. Journalists begin taking pictures, and that provokes the indiscriminate mayhem visited on them. A senior immigration officer at the scene is captured placing an SOS call as he takes cover. In this video, the suspected NPP Invisible Force members are captured beating a man mercilessly, kicked in the face, whilst others pounce on any civilian in sight, punching them and beating others with the butt of their guns. The chaos forces people to flee as policemen try desperately in vain to restrain the NSC agents. After about 6 minutes, they proceed to their next target, the residence of the NDC parliamentary candidate, Delali Kwesi Brempong, few yards away behind the Bauleshi Presby Basic 1 JHS polling station. His house is besieged by the armed men, threatening to shoot as they are confronted by the NDC candidate supporters. They point guns as they demand access to search the house, open fire with live bullets, leaving at least 18 injured. 2 near-fatal cases were recorded. Bullet shells and bloodstains outside the residence attract onlookers, while irate persons seeking to fight back are seen being calmed by the police.
Don't take the laws into your own hands. The police, we are managing the situation.
Senior officers, including Director in Charge of Operations Greater Accra, Chief Superintendent Kwesifori, rush to the scene but look on helplessly.
So they are not your men.
I don't know those who came here.
Do you know the men on the ground?
This is something that we need to investigate. But I don't know those who came here. So because all my policemen are not marked. You can see from wherever.
So you know the men on the ground. You know your men on the ground.
I know the men on the ground.
And they are not marked.
And I can see them when I see them.
MP for Ningo Pram Pram, Sam George, is seen questioning the shooting incident. He is confronted for daring to face them. and he gets his first slap. Listen and watch carefully as one of the men shouts, "This is the beginning of 2020. In the chaos, police reinforcement and military teams arrive, armed but unable to stop the violence. The masked men return to the school compound, finish up with more beatings before setting off. The voting center is deserted while officers try to secure the ballot box and voting materials. NDC National Chairman Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo rushes to the scene, meets the traumatized candidate, and announces NDC's decision.
This is something you can never forget. We went through this as a nation, as one people. People were quiet. We had pain in our hearts. The elderly, Omanomodi 80, 90, they could not believe their eyes and ears. The things they were witnessing on TV, as software were quiet. Everybody basically was quelled in. There was pain in our hearts. We endured this for 8 years. We could not speak freely. People could not go on radio like today where people are contesting or challenging things. Democracy was basically chained. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, people believed and thought, say, we die we nyini, Mahamudu Bawumia die oyenkremoni, they could reason and put the democracy of this nation first. The only thing that saved us was our resilience and God being on our side. The only thing that saved us as a nation for the past 8 years was our resilience as a people, believing in what our forefathers left us, that we still have a nation that we can go through the process, that is democratic process, to save. And we all went through that democratic process. It was painful. We were scared. Now I am shishewo. We didn't even believe to the point to say, it was tough. As software were speaking in parables, ahemfo were basically rendered useless. In Penifua, we expected statesmen, stateswomen, people we have revered for years, all started panicking. Fear crept into the nation. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo became a disease. Mahamudu Bawumia became the blood for that disease. They looked on, they covered the tracks of evil men, dangerous, deliberate, blood-sucking individuals who looked in our eyes, whether old or young, and they did damage. The day Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won election 2016 was when we were supposed to know Akufo-Addo was dangerous.
Ghana, a peaceful country and a beacon of democracy in its fourth republic, has had violent free elections and transitioned power peacefully without any unrest or civil strife. This has become effortlessly possible because of the peace-loving leaders Ghanaians have successfully elected to lead them. President Kufuor in 2007 perfectly described the attribute of the type of person to lead Ghanaians at all times.
So anybody who is always full of tension and fighting and that sort of thing, we have to be careful about. Whether when the power is given to this person to lead us, he's the type with the experience and with all due respect, the wisdom to be able to keep the country united, to secure the nation, to gain the respect of the forces, the military, the police, the chiefs. Look out for that, because we know the history. Some people have been given power only to lose it just like that. We don't want that.
Even so, this peaceful and beautiful country was handed to Nana Akufo-Addo on the 7th January 2017 as president to lead for 4 years. Many people had reservations about his violent nature, which may have been well hidden from the public, but not from those who knew him best. Mr. Kofi Kumsen, a close friend of President Nana Addo, bluntly stated,
I can't entrust Ghana into the hands of Nana Akufo-Addo. I can't sleep. It's not safe. It's not safe. And I believe that.
Then there's Maxwell Kofi Juma.
He will be a terrible president.
President Nana Addo's violent nature became immediately apparent as a warlord sponsoring his party hoodlums to attack innocent citizens and public officers alike, as was seen with the beating of ASP Nanka Bruce at the presidency in front of a paralyzed security on the 9th January 2017, just 2 days after Nana Addo had been sworn in as president. President Nana Addo surrounded himself with hoodlums as bodyguards and endorsed vigilante groups such as Invincible Force and Delta Force. Members of these vigilante groups had free rein to attack anyone who was not a member of the president's political party. They went on a rampage, causing mayhem and atrocities on anyone who disagreed with or criticized Nana Addo's government. President Nana Addo's own appointee, the Ashanti Regional Security Coordinator, was heckled, manhandled, and dragged from out of his office like a rat. Not even our courts were spared by these hoodlums. They vandalized court proceedings and broke free fellow members from judicial justice while attacking the sitting judge in the process. The Ayawaso West Wagon by-election was President Nana Addo's first test of leadership for peaceful elections in the country. Instead, a battalion of his party hoodlums, dressed in SWAT uniforms and armed with lethal weapons, were discharged to visit mayhem and brutalities on innocent citizens who were simply exercising their constitutional right to vote. The aim of these hoodlums was primarily to intimidate voters in the opponent's stronghold and to prevent a free and fair elections. They fired several rounds of gunshots in and around a polling center targeted at Ghanaians, which led to a bloodbath just for a by-election. All this happened under the explicit and tacit approval of President Nana Addo. These barbarisms happened without a single condemnation from the president. He immediately flew out of the country to attend a concert, leaving bloodied victims to their fate. He gleefully ignored the recommendations of the Ayawaso West Wagon Commission of Inquiry report by issuing a white paper to whitewash these crimes against Ghanaians. Otumfuo Osei Tutu II advised sternly, and I quote, "Elections with integrity mean the electoral contest, both in their preparation and their conduct."
That is what happened. And Dibia and the Inyaji and the people are excited. Uba Jum, Uba Bibia, people are excited. We should not forget the past. We should not forget these blood-sucking, dangerous people calling themselves NPP. Omi are dangerous. And Yomi e nyina mu nuomo. Bakumpo niwa omu nuomo. Mahamudu Bawumia basically is Akufo-Addo 2.0. Akufo-Addo advises Bawumia. The same people Bawumia Akufo-Addo governed with are the same people following Bawumia right now. Omo omuni Akufo-Addo di djuma we. Ebo tuo, ewiaye, a disrespect here are the same people. 99% of them nomudi Bawumia chino. So you need to understand that we are carrying the same burden. Na Yehun say danger. We are still looking at it in our faces. In today biano metie Ghana for meshemwa. You are very happy now. You are comfortable in your country. You are excited. But don't forget The NPP is dangerous. Okay? At a point, the military that is supposed to protect us, the military that Ghana for under J.J. Rawlings, na omo eniaji enya some hope, under President Somaba, under Bawumia Ekufuado Kennedy Japan Brand Champon. Na yehu soja for ni yem. The moment citizenry ana ekrumumba ehu omu military omu yem then there is a problem. And under Ekufuado, that was what was happening. Nanado Danko Ekufuado Mahmoud Bawumia, they turned the security agencies into a weaponer. Na omu de intimidate taking life out of us. Election 2024, we saw it. My own constituency, Obuasi East. Yehu de siye. Ekufuado ne Bawumia mo ebe sinne omon kan ho asem. We saw yehu nyama.
Show the video. Show the video. Show the Let me tell you something. We are going to pay the president. I'm being honest. Get back. You are not going anywhere. You are not going to the police station. 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 Move video.
This is what Ekufuado used. They're now the military ni or Ghana ni. Yakwatwaba. Onwa no the order by so Janibi Anko Babia. Then they started releasing criminals in uniform, calling them military for. This is 1 year ago. Don't forget. Oh, this is 2024. This is 2024. Sanko from the MPP mu ending United TV so Patricia Piejane num kankan aberwa poso Jimmy kikanko asem no. They saw all these things and they were all happy about it. So don't underestimate the NPP. We are making progress as a nation. Yeni eje yehu say ende ahemfo I say geni omo respect back. Ahemfo for 8 years na ye bu omo nimtia ye di omatamusie ye de gestures e bu omo nimtia and they are gaining their respect again. And otumfo pia ohun say aban bia ba e mani buo. At a point ye nyina ye hu ye enimtia atenie ene edien enimtia edibu otumfo say to because Ekufuado hu so ya chimini. And otumfo said to pia he's bold. He's bold to speak his mind. At a point ya tamkra ta be show otumfo sem say kasei kasasei galamsey koso kasei enkoso. At a point or hini ponte sa na Ekufuado belittle asante hene. We need to understand. The enkofo we are no. Enisa Ghana ni bia krampo ti omo. We can have problems as a nation. We can be in a position where we will struggle as a nation. But there will be nothing a dangerous chance say Oma MPP chance to lead Ghana. There will be a deep being no sense because that is the breaking point. Now I share John Mahama 1 year. Neshe Ekufuado ne Bawumia 80 years. And Oya Ghana ni na utimi Nigeria. Just do the comparison and ask yourself, say, I dainty ni ama we see. It is you and I. See a refi a don't forget. So who more TV so? Uhu radio so. Uhu Bawumia. Me say sit down tena say. Kennedy Japan. Bawumia. Brian Champon. Omo mudi omochi nyina. Sa nkofo no ni Ekufuado de Bawumia ebre yesu. These are the same people. What is the Nipafu Bia Beka ho? The same group of murderers. Dangerous political insects. You're very careful. They are building Kakray. Right now, we say people are investing in Ghana. People are now beginning to have confidence on Maimu. And the amount for the Musika or Mainimu or Munsru. And the boggers were broached to me at the Sika Besha Ghana. We should not make a mistake. Niantam Ghana and San Fama NPP. So we nipe bia boni anko mu di Ghana no anka election 2028 kwa anka some kase omo person be contest it. But they feel say ye Jimmy. They still see us say we are still stupid. They don't respect us. They think say the omdi ye nyina no just 4 years ye refi. Intiende no they have all gone back. Ekufuado a direct omo. Ekufuado sa redirect omo munko di Bawumia echi na yen samra na jankroma amra. Na Gabi Ocheda komra, na Bedi etuomra, na onu Ekufuado no entumi manipulate eyedien Bawumia, na Omon Sambe take over. Because right now they are wounded. They are pained. Adebia na also mo ya mo kwan no, they have issues with us. And right now Moba Bima is just to take our head off. Etna krom ha $52 million and over. Yeditu amena. Judge for dan ye butugu ye. Nanse me ba Accra. Bibi ana judges neti. Bibi ana first CDS of Ghana military ti. Ye bubu dan nyina e de amankofo AC MPP for AC dan woso. I was in Ghana, I was watching all these things. Yetena krom ha. Let us not forget easily. Yene John Mahamani and this yatena 1 year. We should see the difference. We should not forget. Mama Maye Remfia home. All right. Now, Mama Yemfa and Shishaso.
A creature, Metetafo, na me buy me baton fish. Ewo asafo market. Ya me be one wo hwe me. Da bia no pa me so dia wo yem tema me. Awia ne ama me eto afufu awime so ne asebo me. Efiri se dum so ba me ba no fish adaka duasa ne akoto agu kwa. Eti na me ba no wonya sika ma me na me de didi. Efira no pa me ba ha me ni di yo. Eno ani bodo se hwan. Ana me bedu ha no mato bi die. Me ba nya sika ma me wo boss ante. Se de adwuma no nya dum so yi. Abrowa de me na ye nyina firi dum so. Me ti asi me de me sum ho. Ne mu ya ansa me da fom birim. Mama adai. Adi ani aye maya wa abrowa ti wo ma me wonte se me a. Mama mi huna ma ni sei. That
was Ekuyecha, MPP Communications Director, Ashanti Region, saying Omutie, Omuye dangerous. Obetumis 1 hour, neni nsuba akombaye. Oswekum. We cannot forget. Let's not forget ourselves. Very important. Now, today in history, at a point in this country, at a point, Enkofo we ekotam boba eto boba $2 million. Boba every Israel. Meyere oye Jew ni. Inti technically Yesu oye makonta. Meyere ohu Yesu because hello no etwam. Enkofo we tam Ghana sika $2 million. Etam boba. Just a stone. Enom be sha menem enom say Onyankopon ebisi cathedral enom wiaye. This happened and Ekufuado. Don't underestimate these people. We are dangerous people. So time I know yesterday we know now on see one senior high school on Bawumia. They promised the people 350 senior high schools. Time I know Okotobuba with 2 million on the Bawumia Okotobuba with $2 million. No, now on see one senior high school or Ghana one. Now on see it. Na ombi one factory emfa nipa bakum na Commander Sugar Factory na Air Pro. He did not touch it. Time okoto boba with 2 million. Na police for, soldier for, navy for, prison officers. Na mu pe bebiada na segleme Air Pro. He did not care. Time okoto boba we buy na dollar as we speak. Na dollar nenam almost 14. He didn't care. Okoto boba we buy na schools under trees. Na nkwara tinuase. Time okoto boba we buy no. Na free SHS na nkwara nye aduane ndi. Your papa bi ye bon video ebri ne ba wuye all because aduane ane de man nkwara no. Nkwara almost by 100 ne wu in the past 8 years for the president and a free SHS. No mu feed nkwara no with dog meat. This is chicken feed. Dog food. Okotobo about $2 million. Private jet na kofa bae. We were talking about Sata Motoba we no na La General Hospital no mo buogu form Okoboy in Krani Abrantie otumisha G-string no wa tight jeans eguso no wa boot bema mene na corporate sec Okoboy otumisha G-string na hwewa danchen wa jeans mu no wa tight jeans no wa boot de nam Ghana ni kromfo enkranfo hospital General Hospital na Satan we buatuogu. People were dying. La Dadi Kotopon area mbanyem no mu pe baby awo no mu nyebi no omu wu no akotobo ba $2 million on Baomia. This is not a joke. This is a man ne man nyina nko school or Ghana. Baomia ne banko SS da. He does not understand say ya frau say oba SS or yare bibi ton Baomia on tiasie. He does not understand. Baomia ne banko SS da. Enti se obi wo free SHS mu na se obra Baomia ntiasie enti otumi gina bonten se oh me ba be digitize free SHS eduane. He does not even feel it. He does not understand the psychological part of what the kids were going through. He saw everything as politics. Mature reality no. Odebuba we ever to what $2 million. Now I catch us obesi agenda 11 hospitals. The same $2 million buy you know. Na Sewia Hospital is Siwoma a bad time omo santimemu omo nyema omo tumi pon no mo wu. That time no na Afari Military Hospital na e was okobia no okoto boba $2 million on Baomia na sa Afari no eguoma equipment ewom no na e pro. The same time okoto sa de boba $2 million no na O242 patcha we bunko today e from 1 city. So or the quiet comfort not here. Nanado Dankweku father did not care. Asante for do omu sa 8 years rimanka Sewia Afari bet me save my brabono. And come omoda hotiase no na over 2,000. They all died. Na papa we ko to boba on Baomia. This is the reality. This is governance. The defect na sebio ekrodu kom no na make sure me man aye easy amount no. Don't underestimate these people. Fremont Pare akakra no di 100 years. Ekufuado akakra no di 100. Hwe mu gina ono akora. These are the same people. Canada Japan kwasi ampanyi we. Omukoji sika ne ba ne de ne share mana no de ne kwasi ati TV so kontokwa. No jina parliament ye brofo no onte ase de oya ne say ye kwasi ampanyi we no so die chire. This is what they do. They are foolish men and women. They don't care about anybody. Hey, what is the Kennedy came because they see Kebina came. I am telling you, Kennedy onimi nyansa obetuma tena krata ho akenkan ate ase akase me besem le chichire man. No. Only that intellectual know how only endru ho. And these are people with a lot of defects in their brains. But it's like a child. Menka say he's like a child. It's like a child. You ask yourself, what is going on? You can see clearly, say, they saw a hole. Omu say, Tokrobia beda Ghana politics. So from 2008, Omu Tokro say, let us go into the Tokro was created, and then a Tokro de beda ho, no atro jandam, and a critisa opportunity ma sanko fu benya to me in 2016. A Tokro. And the are not a bomber or more. Only dangerous people. And they don't want to talk about it because someone will say Jimmy. They think we have forgotten everything. They think say ye refi ye near paso into almost saba with some kind of idea be kasabi and say ye Jimmy which because obi wia usika ne na se ochino na osa de sika to na owia it means say first time na ochino no ohun se wo krampo no sika na ochino no wana nkasa krampo no unni ebufuo wana unnim nyansa mpa obebusa ne sade ntino for sika and they be encouraging man asaba de abewia and that is why they are encouraged. They are taking what we call inspiration from the damage na omoye no boni na omudi ye no sebio yenye omohwe no ene na omonya inspiration from say ye Jimmy na nka ye den na nkende sankofo otumi tena TV so ka accountability asem Eden MPP etumi press conference eka se obi awia de Eden MPP tumi dia press conference etumi ka se Ghana MPP yeah they are not any creative opportunity Emma Kronfu from MPP to win power 2014 2012 2013 2014 15 yeah no yeah they are not any creative room ma e refuo we Ekufuado de one baomia Ekufuado yanto amande so obewu nyanse da ne trim hwe baomia yeso economist hwe eyi bia waye sesi ade osiga na sika no oba ene ye de ya no ene jimifo ehu se ye weakness no no ye tia asema ye nya abotre na ye ntie nkosi na emusa se no kura wom ye nyesa na nse na ya start isua se ye bebusa nsem first ye mbusa nsem Kwasi ampenyi bi efra brochire boss a doctor. Kwasi ampenyi bi efra brochire boss a lawyer. Kwasi ampenyi bi efra brochire boss a economist. We don't ask questions. We don't probe. We don't find out whether they have psychological some issues. We don't. We just allow them to come in. Omudi bi efra titles. Na obi nim say ato forcing born and bred infantini ba. Kwame Abuja born and bred Ghana ni ba. Obi to say, Kofi Boa. These people, Obi to say, Okujato Blakwa. Obi to say, Sam George. Obi to say, Sami Jemfi. Did we know, say, at a point, these people and the likes, they will move Ghana from where it was to head. It is shocking, right? It is. We never attach Yamfa titles and Tariwamu. You want say ordinary people, but see the way our governance abe transparent governance abe easy. They are not having things rosary and yet easy, sir. But it is about they letting you people. Omo mama tia say omo ya Ghana 47. Ken Oforiatta in 2009 Oria Ghana Senate Sika edi Ghana Senate Obie Obotan kind of Ponzi scheme. Edi dupi Senate Ken Oforiatta eko baye emetna Ghana esa rebranding ya no our mouth ye musansem Ken Oforiatta ko baye no oshe white yetina krom ha Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo oko school wo hefa owie wo hefa ne certification wo hefa ya ma ye kwan ma ye muse Akufo-Addo any question Kwame Sefa-Kayi to meet na radio so no protect Akufo-Addo Kwame Sefa-Kayi say Akufo-Addo a drug addict Onim say Akufo-Addo a certificateless man Onim say the man is being cooked for us and so Sefa-Kayi Egbert Fable Kweku Baku Paul Adumochiri these political insects because the Mubenyanti they cooked a stinking dead meat for us and no share your con oh bawomia ye wuni suni pada who thought to say you bet me drew and the NDC at the dollar be 17 about drew 10 GDP ever drop it to this point interest rate inflation single digit inflation in a year massa let us not make one single mistake governance politics a common sense Debi ametena me say yenya politics of interest. Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo and MPP abechere say we need to do politics of interest. And then the ye kan ho asem ye to aba no e wo se ehu se be benefit ye. Intimate oboase na me to aba ma ban a oba or say obe make sure say boas na metino menya mfaso bi afri na aban mu. A politics of interest na ye. Because MPP for na say they came into office because of interest. Say Adwoa Safo ekotena Bruchire almost 2 years. And they Kufuado under Bawumia. Adwoa Safo. Then she got on TV and started slanging villagely. Adwoa Safo we adane na ho INS said ye di bie kokusu wa Cambodia. Ebe ka kire say ye ne Jimmy. Ye ndi Bawumia chi na ono ne Bawumia mra power. Let's get serious as a people. De biano kasa bebre no ana mebuse ho say ye mbuse ho say adan ye lose your senses ana. Ye nim nyansa biom he ohene obi a wo Ghana ni bia bedi adanse say you might take it, you can decide to opa memfa. I don't give a heck because Ghana for nyansa for no know what is happening. Ghana ni bia nim say galamsey as we speak today, it is not as worse as before. Ghana for nim. There has been serious, tremendous development and progress in the fight against illegal mining. Ejuma NDCA, sanke kufuado mo ye 10% anka baby ana galamsey die kodru ni ki endru ho. You can decide to say, I don't care, but the fact still remains. And we need a government all born homoding. We don't need a perfect government too. Ye abanya e born homoding. O de born homoding. Ye hu sa o born homoding yen so ye be kaio, yen so ye be boa finished. E Ghana for pe abanya e born homoding. You can see the president is committed. Or born homoding. Or ye bibia se ohumbe hihaw. Me ba bronya e Ghana. I saw the joy in the eyes of Ghanaians. And you'll be on the Whisker of Ghana. And you'll be on the Tumitomo. And you'll be on the Tumitako. But there's something in there. There was some joy in there. There was some hope. And that is what we are talking about. O my chichire. Eye jidie eni adwuma den ena de chichire man. America for drew her because no more believe no and almost say hard working. That is all that we need. Inti mama may rain fear one term. Met match show omomudi Kennedy Japan chi, omomudi Baomi chi, omomudi Komne Japan chi, omomudi Kentre chi, omomudi Sankwas nechi. They are the same people who did us damage. Trauma na ye komuno sankofu we are. Now, Menoka say, as we speak, lower fuel prices, not enough for fare reduction yet. Ghana Private Road Transport Union. Yes, say GPRTU for say, even though petrol boako formono omodie informo ho. And I advise the government, and I advise investors, this is the time the government needs to veer into private, public transportation. I think say I will say abino estate investing in buses, making sure that we have enough public transportation in Ghana. I think it's about time. Because your uncle of mining more upon all that is happening, still politics, still pettiness, still the government should take the initiative. If the government is going to engage 5 people who have money to collaborate with the government or partner the government to invest in public transport more, I think this nonsense will stop. We cannot have a small association that determines prices, even when determines fares, even when fuel prices come down. No, we cannot have. This country is too big to have just GPRTU holding the country at ransom and determining, say, price back of man and from. No. So we need to change our ways now. And because by this time, GPRTU one of the unrecognized associations in Ghana. Because we knew you may be on here. Sankenya individuals. say are buying any investors about together said they are going to bring more buses, partnering with the government, and the government at the end of the day, Sebio or taking a little bit of the cost and making public or government transportation easier. And as I'm some GPRT Association of Drivers, they can good da. Because why did they even have the power to even say petrol walk for so what the heck is GPRTU? Bas Papa Ben Pa and a GPRTU they see a Ghana a coin so a save Ghana for lives. GPRTU yet can they point to their own buses that are helping this nation? No, they don't even have buses. Inventory one but say there were 10,000 buses. They run in the name of GPRTU. They are just registering people's cars and say we are taking money from you. That's what they are doing. GPRTU is extorting from drivers. GPRTU. Into Baba registration. They don't do anything. It's about time the government engaged. So government person be engaging the private sector. The government should invest in public transport. If the government can build good roads, then the government can invest in good vehicles to make sure, say, access to buses in Ghana. If we are able to get a lot of access to government buses, prices is not ever decent enough. You will see people coming out with better ideas. GPRTU is a cake. They have left it's a useless association. A dear partner, we are driving near Oshemia, GPRTU pa a yama driver for. A dear partner, oh, ya tise BBSC, inti, ya pese ya bekasa, ngwasi asamsa, apetition for nkwa. And I think it's about time government started getting bold in taking some decisions. We, even the people at the point, might not understand or might push back a little bit, but at the end of the day, it will benefit us. Because Abani decided, say, it wants to invest in public transport. Every region, Abani said, I am going to make sure I get 5,000 buses for every region. 5,000 buses. Half of those buses are all EV buses. Government brings in the buses. They get the people who want to run it. They sign agreements with them about maintenance and all these things. Those people are supposed to make sure the buses are in good condition. If the government does not want to take the burden of maintaining and doing that, the government can bring the buses in and qualified companies can come in for the buses. And then what happens is that the revenue, either the government gets 70%, those investors get 30%. And kariketi buses, buses, and can the nipa point 6, I'll be 6:30. Because then there will be point 5:30. No, I could do 10. All because I was so cost line. GPRTU because I'm paying you one petition. Be say, we are not supposed to allow some associations to monopolize our transportation. No. You trust that point, whereby a mere association monopolizes or determines fares of cars, even though petrol prices were formed. No. We have gotten to that point where a government should be able to operationalize or operate the transportation system to the benefit of the people. It's a buying for buses in Embra. If government doesn't want to take that burden, because we have seen what has happened to Metro Mass, whereby when we hand it over to a government, the monitoring, the supervision, it is not as effective. Now, what we can do is bring the buses in, get investors or people who are willing to operate it. Now, we tell them this is government bus. Even though your company is going to run this bus, 30% of the proceeds comes to you, 70% comes to the government. Maintenance, maybe you split with the government, or if you want to do the maintenance, you will take 35% of the revenue. If you can't do it, walk. This is not a time where people are supposed to make so much money out of government. This is the time government has to be judicious in sharing the resource. So I think if the government decides to go to Asia and speak to some of these companies, they'll be willing to give us 20,000 buses, 50,000 buses to make sure every single part of this nation, the municipal assemblies can run these buses, add it to their internally generated funds, and then at the end of the day, they are audited for us to know how much we are making from these buses. So we can break it down into small pieces. We can start the bus transportation from municipal. Government gives municipal assemblies the buses. Government makes sure the municipal have the maintenance part of it. Now, what happens in say if somebody wants to run those buses, they will deal with the municipal assembly. So every municipality, they know their buses they are running. At the end of the year, the internal auditors will do, and the auditor general himself will audit them. We will know if the buses are deteriorating. We know who to hold accountable. That is what we do. We need to break governance down into small bits. When we do it like that, we can decentralize governance. We don't have to have GPRT who tell me, say, anti-petrol, so not a government worker, civil servant, teacher ni, police ni, ako jina bank, ashe bank to 5 p.m. or pe car keke ako fie, a 30 minutes drive. Now we jina na aswa another 4 hours. How are you going to kill corruption? How are you going to help the people? The transport minister needs to be proactive. And this GPRTU nonsense thing, we need to start getting rid of them. Almost slow your transportation system down. Guys, let's get proactive. Let's start thinking. Let's start breaking governance down into small bits. We have made governance too huge. And it's not any breno. We have made governance too big. Let us simplify governance. Oba Kroma, your county, your state, your federal. Let us try and break governance down. Let us make it easy. And this nonsense will never happen. Say there is a transportation group. No, you cannot. Inti senkai obibisa anka GPRTU entumba bontin beka say yati petrol. So what's your problem with petrol? What's your job? GPRTU for mojumanka sankasa pa ne den. GPRTU for inti police ni akotena bank 5 hours. Police ni akotena bank 5 hours. Ope car for free circle ako oyarefa. Na wako jina ho 4 hours. Unim de odi uniform ne be. Do you know what he's going to use his uniform for? Or the uniform ne be intimidate in call for any the opportunity to extort them or to get access to cars to go home. Do you know the number of police officers in Ghana? Do you know the number of custom officers in Ghana? Do you know the number of uniform officers in Ghana? So it trickles. Make life easy for the people. And a buying can collaborate with individuals in the country. Now, I'm say a constituency, and I say a municipality biano. Say you decided to have a municipality bia 20 buses, government buses. Now we make sure the municipal chief executive and his team, it is your responsibility. These buses, they'll be subsidized. Say so, for just 7 cities, almost just 3 cities. But make sure that the maintenance of the bus is on point. Internal audit needs to happen, and then Auditor General's department itself needs to audit them. Now, when we do that, the same people can use the buses to generate internal funds. That internal funds, about 30% should go into the maintenance of the buses. That is how you run a nation. Into some municipality, bia 50 buses. Because Petro Bafoma, government worker, he's not worried. Ekosura, he's not worried because the government has been able to subsidize it to a point whereby onimse osoria no pankwandia obenya aban bus afwa kwedwuma. The student now OGS himself of public bus aban bus na ya engine ska. It makes everything easy. And people are spending so much money. Yetuma akora ketekete 40 Ghana so onko school. 30 Ghana budget lorry fare. The government can bring in more buses, and your friends from class 1, class 2, all the way to class 6 or JSS 1, you can take public bus. So it makes things easy, and this is not complicated because the buses are working to make money, and a buying has to have percentages. Percentage where IGF percentage where it needs to go to federal. Send a between the boa assostaining petrona yedema mo to do this job. No, so as it can be the better. That's all. The people want to be easy. They want to have easy life. Create it for them. Now, interest rates and the Bank of Ghana Governor Kasa. And interest rate set to decline further as Ghana reference rate for January drops to 15.68. Unim interest rate oti ase. Wa wo hwem swame. So okobo anako bank koji loan, anako ji loan obebia. Time ana bawo mi also ye economist eni Akufo-Addo was no. na ɛho nsi ho no ɛyɛ ɔha nkyekyɛmu aduasa baako to aduasa mmienu 32%. Time anaba omia ɛne Akufo-Addo MPP wɔ power no na ukɔgye loan o banka na ɛyɛ nsimu ɛwɔ ho oje 100 Ghana nsimu na ɛwɔ ho no na ɛyɛ ɔha nkyekyɛmu aduasa mmienu na ɛyɛ 32%. In less than a year, John Mahama etumi ate saa nsihu na ɛwɔ ɛyɛ deɛn besia no ho nti wakɔ ɛyɛ bank bi akɔgye besia sɛ ɔrekɔfa nyɔma ɛwɔ Dubai ɔrekɔfa nyɔma wɔ Togo ɔrekɔfa ntoma and Akufo-Addo no na ubetua ɔha mu nkyekyɛmu aduasa ekyire pomienu ansana wonsa aka ɛyɛ deɛn loan no ansana wotumi tua loan no de tare ho no ɛndɛ NDC are buying in less than a year. Omo twemu mienu and the okobo besia o banka. Eye oha inchi eye oha nchichemu edionum echiripo insianen watchi 15.8%. Watemu mienu. And Bank of Ghana governor say ebe sakra ko form. Ebe tube dumbre bi na okoji loan na eye insihu e wo ho ebebe eye de oha nchichemu dupe 10%. That is governance. Enti abasa na dipa bebre di djuma Omumboka because the Emma Ejadifo Boka no eye besiano ehun sihu eye the interest on the loans and then Emma eye de Ejadifo eboka because Ejadini ekoje 100,000 Ghana na also betua 30,000 Ghana every month sa Ejadini no bibi kitu ebisi pe ebeko eye ni dwetrem enti na eka no emene no ende sa eye insihu no abai we ba so no watinsihu ne so manaba form. Meaning say, science munanka ebeba abewura eye udwetrem no eye o capital mu no science no yate so we na oban into people say aban we ba ide na waye sa de we e save millions of businesses anka ndwuma bebre wo Ghana ende kejetia Kotokraba Asafo Kofodua emba omugumalata ene ede Accra market anka mu nyine dwuma dudu na dwuma egu this alone and the nipa bi da omutumi da. If we say, eye insihu e wo mo besia ho no ya twam mienu amana ba fom when you friend o man chichire you are helping the ordinary Ghanaian. When you friend helping the ordinary Ghanaian, your policies and your decisions enti ubuso bi o say aban we ba enye hwe enso na sebio ni nua ba ma bi okokwan so no and the nua ba ma ni BP na ba form if you say bank na etwe no and the bank na friend ka chen say sia de insi ho no Bank of Ghana teso nti yen sanka ne biem na yen teso ama ne dwuma no because anka wontumi ante sansi ho no so a anka ende nyoma na okofa no e Japan ba abosukan no anka egu and when your friend say o chichire mine it don't underestimate this. Papa we or your Bank of Ghana governor or boy Juma, he's not joking. So we're checking the records for the past 1 year. Interest rate, inflation. O check it a year. Nyoma bia audio gugwa kwemu. Near Ukroma and under MPP, under Baumia, under Addison. Bank of Ghana bought ka 60 billion. Yebusa says he can't find him. Obiantuma Maya answer be seen there. 60 billion. Na omucha sika. Over 60 billion gum. Na sebio usum abrewa baby okoto de fa ho ben. De na Ghana fo nyina pay free MPP won say menya economist. Me ni akwansema nya economist. Akosi Aboate nya economist. Mo na mo se mo ye aban mu nipa, mo ye government, mo ye politicians. Se ne be ya be ma me ho atome no ene na hia me because me tua me to. Na me tua me to mfie wotwe. Na me ye eyi obi a me kofa nyoma o Japan kofa engines. Na eba edien loan a mekoje no bank insimu no kwa na ekosra na edie nyansa pa na wo a obetumi akekere man no. I don't care how they do it. I don't care how the governor drops the interest rate as far as it is not destroying inkofo djuma amanfo dwetire enhye no. That is what I care about because omo eneka so betuma ye djuma no we mu na ka kire say ye mo mutumi a omo the dollar no be free 1780 to 10 and there omaye eno na hia me omo ka che say ye de adwuma ne ma omo a omo betumi de gold no omo de emra foforo beba e betumi aboa magana esika se megina ne na so omo ye I don't care. So what problem with it? That is your problem. My problem is I gave them an assignment and are they delivering? They are. That's all. I'll keep them in power until they start not to deliver on the assignment. That's when I start to question their competence. Into me maujuma 8 years. That's when to men deliver. Masa, media results na mehwehwe. It is not about your titles. It's not about baby Alco school. It's not about who you are affiliated to or with. What I care about is give me my results. And these people are giving us the results. Let's not see this as a joke. Omani na ye chichire no amanfo ho hiha omo pa. And ye koso say ani aso eboa. Sa aban ne de nhihye bi ba. Oh muni bibi. Moma yemfa kakrambra ebia eye etwo we mbra na entumi meboa wo ha. Se ye hu sa aban ne ye adwuma ye tuato na emfa ye ho. Ekuro bia ni wiase ye ge to chen America ni UK. Na so abete se obi gina street kwemu eye demonstration sa de na wotuato. Because ni nsuoba ne kan ye gina so ne kwan ye ejuma onye biye oye dwadini a ne sika enhye. That is what the people need. Ekura ye je eto wo kese America any UK any nkura kese no nkura ye je tax akese pa no omunye demonstration busa ho se adentra na de bia oba America omunye demonstration about their lights, their roads, their it is because omunye to na so omu di kura mfa obi aho because omu bo adwuma no. And that is what we need to learn. It is aban bo adwuma na sa aban ede nyansa kwan so ene ahobrasem ekere se sisia ya adwuma kodum pempensuo bi ye behia eto bi so ede abeka eye de sika ya gege no ho na aboa ma we ayi se a me ni problem etua because at least be hu se to na betua no ye mfa nkofa Mickey Mill man benum wi enum jot e wo Jubilee House ye mfa sa sika nkofa private jet be kufu adu kobo jantra wo ye mfa sika no enkom ekufu adu ne busuafo oforiata gabi ochedakon ba omia ne yire enfo private jet enko sa kunkum bagia no intiano no okase mintua to amebubefu but sa mensio ba sa meka ne agina so sa me kwan mehu sa aboja eye se mehu se galamsey no eye den Kofi Boa eko atofosin ebo adwuma ema interest e ba form inflation e ba form president nso kire penyindie ene nyansa e de kekere ema ne nkofo no ibo adwuma adentina ka se me metua 1% eye levy bi ne emfanye bibia mentua metua because I know it is going to benefit me. And that is governance. And that is what aban we eye. And that is why people like us, we are supported because you too kwan ye nkurase for. Nyoma ye hu na abrochire nyina eye to ne de ye. Adikudie ntia abrochire ene America for ne bia de ni nyina ne se omo hu eto no ehu dwuma edi. Ende insawom ni pokuase kwan egina ne naso adentra eye aban no aye na adwene se ode eto no be hye dwuma nim. Inkro ene enkwan bebre wo Ghana ye no eye eto na aban gi no aban we endi woto aban we endi wusika aban we kire wo se eto na megege no medi ibo adwuma yenso ye ni tua ye hu de ekọ aban we se osa be ye express road de o ye nti express road no oba no ka se ntua kakranka wo ne mfanya metua efri se gawuto ganata meni tioma yendi njame mehu de ekoso nsawom mehu de ekoso kumase kwan so mehu eye de small roads aban ye. That is how we have confidence in governance. Enti aban se nipa beji aban dia eye de aban ebeye. And what this government is doing, or my more confidence to believe in it, and that if this government needs our help, we will have no option to help the government. Enya brofo enye kasachole enye dien it's about being conscious in what you're doing. And this president and this government, they are showing enye easy mo awo na menka bibinjiro nyoma na ye hunu na nsen a yate aduane so yate petrol so Samuel John Abuginapo amyate light so idebia enye easy. You need people who can think. Senka easy akakere Japan na nkwasi afoi ba omia na ejimi foi komo tumi yeye. Enough from you need people who can crack, who can think, who can be selfless. That is the first thing. Aban we have a power. 1 year chum ama 1 day abeto so aban we NTC can koto cars. Nana do dan kweku for about power. Cars obeto your parking nyina koto Lexus, fleets of Lexus, or to be 200. Or sato cars or to luxury cars. Aban we have a power 1 year until can koto car. Now, unima de papa chain John Mahama. Unima de papa chain siama. Unima de papa chain atoforsen. Unime wiase chain omo. But they are looking out for you people. It is making sure the people get what they want. Eye juma e de show monsano. Omo deliver sa juma no. That is the most important thing. Now, And John Mahama echo GBC. For a very long time, you're president or is so calm and easy and easily relatable. John Dramani Mahama actually or the governance I could do some level B. Level not the governance I could do no. You're not careful. Ebedum Pempenso Bino said John Mahama and the NDC in the power. We might revolt as a nation. Yeah. For 1 year away, John Mahama the way. And the way he's presenting himself, the way he's making governance so easy and accessible. Say, you're not very careful. Now you're bumping my MDC antenna power. Ama John Mahama and you also now yes, science Santa Ma. One shot we will revolt because it will be very difficult to get the characteristics and the qualities of John Mahama and appointees from the NPP. It will be very difficult. And the money dangerous and they say when we taste good governance for about 12, 16, 24 D&D years, that's a tia cha. Say no money na say things are done right. And then John Mahama Kano. When the NDC is able, so to me at the Nyoma CCA for the next 40 years, a buying for banda a fumpe, it is easy for us to kick them out. And see, right now we are testing good governance. There is no fear. We are starting to believe. We say at least Ghana form Ghana home. Say a mistake. That's a case of 8 years, 12 years. We might revolt because this group of political termites or more MPP, they don't understand what being a president, being a leader. Mahmoud Bawumia, he's not a man. Kennedy is not a man. And when we say somebody is not a man, and your baby Sebio ne bema tietia and I say ebia Sebio ni Jimmy, it is about how they are able to look through and see through their issues. It is about how you are able to look through and see through issues. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo is blank when it comes to being proactive. He's very blank. Okay? But Bajumba Nkwan bit mama sa nyansa no take effect beboye. Yen nyina enim nyansa. Obi a ohwe me bia enim nyansa. Obi a wo MPP enim nyansa. Obi a wo NDC enim nyansa. But the issue, the thin line between nyansani and the Bajumba no say, Bajumba no tumi fa nyansa no na wadane no ama no tumi be benefit eye ono ene ne nkofo. It is not easy. John Mahama echo eye GBC. And the GBC boss Al Hassan Ekache John Mahama say we need to restructure GBC to meet the demands of the digital world. Now, this man, when he was talking to the president as the director of GBC, or making some astonishing statement to be at a point. Time on the president take us on or see. And just let's go listen to him. The
third issue I want to bring, and that is probably the one that gives us a lot of sleepless nights, Your Excellency, is the issue of legacy debt from ECG and NEDCO. First of all, currently we have been forced to pay it, but I want to make it clear that those debts were not generated by GBC alone. In the past, when there were no difference between government agencies, the military, the police, national security all positioned their equipment on GBC locations and were drawing power from the same source as GBs. So when it came to a time to install meters, these meters were installed in the name of GBC and they started accumulating debt with GBC. So when we brought it to their attention, these state agencies simply disconnected and found alternative source. But they had accumulated a few years of debt for GBC to pay. We've currently been paying it this year. We've paid 5 million of it. Currently, we have outstanding of 13.6 million cedis. We are simply requesting and appealing that the government takes care of the legacy debt because we are currently dealing with our current bill. We make sure that we take care of our bill. But the legacy debt is drawing us back. Now, our prayer is that if that is taken care of, it will allow GBC to expedite its action on green energy. With collaboration with the BBC, we currently have solar systems at Ajankote transmission site, and we depend 30% on solar and 70% on national grid. At Takoradi, we have also installed solar, and we are currently spending 50% on solar, 50% on national grid. And if the responsibility of legacy debt is taken over us, we sincerely believe that we can speed up the process of using IGF to do.
So this is the director of GBC. And then someone can say, I am the director. My better GBC. And then Mr. President, a cabia net daho for light bills near the day. Those times no na police for soldier for near the day no mobaha no use a light nibi. Inti me kabe daho. Inti yedi itimi 5 million. Inti Mr. President, a buying enhwe no muntia sai kanet daho no. This man is a man who is working for government, and he's telling government to pay data or no ebetoye. Now, you see the problem we have in Ghana, and I'm so disappointed in the president because this man should have been sacked the first day the president came to office. GBC director, no? And I know GBC workers had series of demonstrations against this daft man. This man should have been sacked long time. He is a waste of time. He's corrupt. He's a liar, a double-faced liar. And where Oyenkrebonia, with all due respect, on Kanokre. Now, you see, the problem I have with these people, and I say, when they are made managers, directors, they come on board with no ideas. They don't come to inherit institutions to change the face of institutions. They don't come with any new idea. The reason why people are appointed as directors, chief directors, they are appointed as CEOs, is for you to bring a new idea to change the status of a institution, say, Banabedano. Now, if we have directors like this who every single day they are complaining, they are crying, they see the president and tell the president, they say, Mr. President, yadedeka, police for DB, military for DB, no munyina mobaha, no mu use a light in be, inti ma abaintua, abainbe ne intua sakano. You are very incompetent and very ignorant to make that statement. Hey? Senka some way papa we catch the president, no. Senka America na or catch Donald Trump and that day Donald Trump says resign. Yeah. You want the president to come to GBC to visit you before the problems at GBC can be solved? You don't deserve to be there. You don't deserve to be there. And I am just say we entertain, and I'm so disappointed in the president and this government for keeping this man at the GBC. I think this government, they don't want to help GBC. They still want GBC Sibia Tiana, me sure sa ban we say because a ban we were idea for Frobi or somebody boy GBC. E boy your national television now. The people who have been there, then to me po share all African games for Ghana. No, these are not people who are supposed to be there. No, if you say you are resetting a nation, people like these are supposed to be fired, Mr. President. Yeah. So the resetting, no, how are we resetting? We are making changes. We are making sure that those who could not deliver, when those people were in power, they are supposed to move. Those who could not deliver, those who could not prove themselves, there are thousands of people who can take this position and turn GBC around. Now, if a president comes to sit before you and you are begging the president, Mr. President, I am a government worker. We work as a government institution. Let government pay our debt. You are insane. You have to be sacked. And such people, they take fat salaries, incentives like I say, big houses, big cars. They are pompous, walking around and behaving as if say nobody can question them. And for a president to come to GBC for you to tell the president, say, yeah, the cat. GBC is supposed to generate money to take care of GBC. Now, if you have become the director of GBC and you cannot generate funds to change the GBC, then you are incompetent to fill that position as a CEO. You know something? This same man, Tamane Kufuor power, no, I know for a fact he was in bed with the NPP. He was doing serious campaign with the NPP. And I'm so pissed off with this government for still keeping such a slimy liar still at GBC. GBC is not making any money. The nonsense and the audacity from this man to tell the president, say, yeah, the government should pay. Government, no wine. Government, who is government? This is GBC, the nation's television, national television. You are supposed to generate money. You need to crack your brains, foolish man. You cannot crack your brains. You cannot create any different ideas to make GBC look different, to make GBC make money. You foolishly sit there and wait for the president to come. You look in the president's face and say, I am being paid. I am taking allowance. I am flying out of the nation. I am getting all the incentives. Mr. President, pay our debt for us. Are you foolish? You are supposed to be sacked. Hey, man, we, or you one corrupt Muslim, or you munafiki, also nyankopon chena so asasi we so. This is the same man when we were working so hard to tell Ghanaians, say, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo ne ba Omiamo, they are corrupt. They are destroying the nation. This is the man who was making calls for my platform to be shut down. Such a fool. This fool, on one kasa kan won enum asem say ai na owusrem e na oye sala e na imam bia na onene one masala chika chen say me kohwe Kevin Taylor because time aso Kevin Taylor ba oba be expose the MPP for oba be yes scandal oba be kan okra na kire me imam no na se ne be ye nyina betuma boa etu aban bone no sa kwasiampan we ba Accra. He was worried. He wanted Asla Owusumu to shut me down. This foolish man. How can such a fool, Mr. President, be entertaining such a fool? This guy wish you never became president.
But it should have been more. We have can control it, but direct to home, outside your borders or inside your borders, but it will hit have merged. And when you are home and you are running to, now I will illustrate one example why this conversation matters. About 2 years ago, up in Tamale, after the evening prayers, I engaged the imam in the chat. Then all of a sudden he told me that, oh, it's time for Kevin Taylor. I'm running home. I said, you have Kevin Taylor on your TV? He said, yes. At that time, I could only access Kevin Taylor on the internet. I didn't know that DTH, Kevin Taylor, was entering Ghanaian homes. I went home, scanned my TV, and there it was, free to my house. I came back to Accra, scanned, it was there. And I remember sending a text message and a screenshot to a very important regulator. All he said was, wow. They commissioned the NCA to find a way to stop Kevin Taylor. They tracked him down. Kevin Taylor went to Nigeria and got a satellite company whose footprint covers Ghana, and currently he's broadcasting to Ghana. So, nowhere, you can't get him. Now, I will illustrate one example why this conversation matters. About 2 years ago, up in Tamale, after the evening prayers, I engaged the imam in the chat. Then all of a sudden he told me that, oh, it's time for Kevin Taylor. I'm running home. I said, you have Kevin Taylor on your TV? He said, yes. At that time, I could only access Kevin Taylor on the internet. I didn't know that DTH, Kevin Taylor, was entering Ghanaian homes. I went home, scanned my TV, and there it was, free to my house. I came back to Accra, scanned, it was there. And I remember sending a text message and a screenshot to a very important regulator. All he said was, wow. They commissioned the NCA to find a way to stop Kevin Taylor. They tracked him down. Kevin Taylor went to Nigeria and got a satellite company whose footprint covers Ghana, and currently he's broadcasting to Ghana. So, nowhere, you can't get him.
This man, that is what he was doing. What was Kevin Taylor doing? Kevin Taylor was exposing the NPP government. This idiot took it upon himself, offered Asla Owusu, and told Asla to shut me down. To get my license to just operate, I spent over $20,000. I was paying $5,000 a month, and I'm still paying to be on multi-TV. I spent $20,000 just to get a license to come and tell Ghanaians that this is what is happening to Ghana. Kwasi Ampenyiwe came to Accra. He called Asla. Nipana will say he called an operator. He called Asla Owusu. Ofre Osla Uso and you bring Osla say, Osla Ushi should find every means to find how I got into Ghana. This man, Kwasiawi, today is standing before John Mahama and telling John Mahama, you know what, we want government to pay our debt. John Mahama, please, with all due respect, sack this fool. These are some of the naughtiness that you are not supposed to allow around you. Whoever is lobbying for this fool, you need to sack this guy or to for anything Embra GBC. Even your manifesto lunch, this guy instructed them not to cover your manifesto lunch. This fool. Kwasi today, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was president for 8 years. This man could not look in his eyes to tell him the problems of GBC. And we allow these fools. They draw so much money, big salaries, stupid idiots, and then we give them chance. Because they were benefiting from it. All African Games, this foolish man. Don't entertain such a fool in your face. Make somebody who is competent enough to make sure honorable to me the Najine Etia GBC Kai Dahono to come and lead GBC. Get somebody who can crack his brains and become the CEO who is innovative enough to create means to pay GBC debt off and also rebrand GBC to become a better national television. Onye bibiano to Kwasiampenyi. Kwasiampenyi ofa phone na offer Osla say on cancel me. I was working to get the NDC to power for Kwasia to sell. And sometimes people sit there and say, who did you attempt? Do you know what we have gone through to get here? We put everything on the line for Kwasiafo to say, today they are still taking salary. Kwasia man, oh. And you see, when I get angry, there are so many things I don't say on my show. And I'm very disappointed in this government for still keeping this fool at GBC. I'm disappointed. Very, very disappointed. Because more and the position in our NDC, more and they're from CEOs, you're from ministers, it was because of people like us and those who worked so hard to get you power. Now, no more preventing people from getting power, no. And these are fools who are not supposed to be taking any positions. I'll come back to his matter. Until this man is sacked, I'm not done with GBC. Me see, until this man is sacked. And it's not like Obi Hetino, this man is not intelligent enough to be the CEO of the director of GBC. I don't know record GBC. Yet Ghana, all African games go into Manchebi, Kwasiampenyi. Yako African Cup of Nations, Yentumi Shebi, Kwasiampenyi. Yet Ghana, local things going to mean cover of free. Da bena upea kemuda, a dirty man. Munafiki. Kwasiafo. I'm telling you people, I've lost a lot of money to get to this point. I've lost a lot. Masa mi bosika, maseno, mashe to get the NDC to power. You'll be shocked. Mi bosika, mashe. Say, mi bosika, mashe in my life. The money I have wasted, spent, money I could have used for my family. To me, it sustaining a production to get NDC back to power. Me catch you be shock you. Now Kwasiafo na muzo so almost. Now, NDC are buying the Ministry of Food and Agriculture has begun distributing poultry in the Ashanti region under the Nkokon Ketenkete initiative of the Feed Ghana program, aimed at boosting local poultry production, reducing imports, and strengthening food security. National Coordinator Bright Kwajo Demodzi says the rollout will support the poultry value chain, create jobs, and improve livelihoods, particularly for youth and women in agribusiness. The NDC government and the Menoka say, Oma start in Nkokon Ketenkete, ye che Nkoko wa santimemu. Odi atena ho. And then who say Obuasi West MP Kweku Kwatin when ya throat cancer enche obewu. Obuasi West MP Kweku Kwatin when ya throat cancer watch out 2 years ebekuno. Obuasi West MP meka ni biem. Sa akwa no mi dwan che bibi. Meka is starting my production 2018. Oshada ko ye video e wo boase. Sa video no mahwehwa be hu be biafa. O ye video. That time I was criticizing him. Na one Obuasi MC. akwaba akuna na wo your friend no get me the name Jimmy bi na sa Jimmy no o date ni nua ba adanse bona thank you na Kwaku ate o de MP no na konta na ye Obuasi MC na internally generated fund no na konta no edi na Kwaku ate nua ba no na okira de wo Obuasi Catholic Senior High School na ni nua ba no eye galamsey Obuasi na Kwaku ate onie me obi amefo obi ahon chene ne mama charge akwawe Obuasi West MP ni wenya throat cancer obewu 2 years time throat cancer ni beku no aboa akwawe in 2018 eko Obuasi na o ma small boys bi e de camera scene so na o ka kire nkofo say wate Kevin Taylor bi na no de o tie na Kevin Taylor no o ware jantre ni kwase awe o on free Buasi o MPP omo Buasi ye Jimmy nti ne kosa kwase awe de ba Buasi be di MP Obuasi West ofa koto emba akronim TV post 3 na we see no the post tabon kwase awe. Sometimes when you people you hear me go after people and your personal it is because they have deliberately decided oma ya ade bia make sure mo say me remfi ye kwase awe koye video wo Buasi. It was on one of my hard drives. I can't find it. I'll find it. Or your video say what is the Kevin Taylor no Buasi ni now, no, what is the Kevin Taylor Nika or Buasi MC 170 in Yaba? No, dear Tia Cambo say, Monko for Vina, me here, Jantre, even a Mako and Abucham say, hey, until so be woo as I see we so. Mene Ukukwati, Abua, when you throat cancer, and met Triama throat cancer ne kuno. Yes, 2 years, Obu, Abua. As some of being an okay, no. It is sometimes when people hear me go after somebody, and I'm going to say, it is because I know me one become here, me count that. That's how I over to my social media and also name on no. Me if I pick up something with me pick it with somebody. There's a reason. Akwa we are there no. It's where a personal. Me make catch the Kwaku kwatin obi kutasika kwa de wona make say a personal. Kwasia. And then when you me see me betu so obi kutasika ndi woni timu make say yes, nipa na be make it on one decision. Akwawe, me chiri me meaning ni chen obi a wo Ghana. Kwaku kwatin. Me ka bibia. Me mfa tell. I hate him and I despise him. And I want him to die. Me pese cancer ni kuno. Yes. Kwasia obedi to me no omunipa. Obeye Oforiata deputy. Omo pamon de sa akoko. And the TV so abandon 24-hour economy rhetoric immediately and focus on growing business. Yeah, chen koko ewa Ashanti region kwasiako nekoji bima Buasi form imbebuni nye juma. Kwasiato go to Ashanti region otin crying ena or ne jantra for the wear na ni throat cancer ne numu bon send the minimum pro abuofunu ena on ne jantra for that one crying weja Obuasi na to onko Buasi o almost in a year, no amount 50 Ghana, some of them go year, man. Or Mubu as a 4 or Accra, cast a 24-hour economy, no, and this is for the Oman Noah and no concentrate our growing businesses. Obuasi and the Ashanti region, ye chen kukonketing kitty. For Kwasia Koji biko Buasi. There are so many young people, Obuasia, Omunyan kukonketing kitty omobeye. What the wotong nanka titi en crying. Well, num crow or free. Me say Kwaku kwatin throat cancer ne be kun e was say kun in 2 years I was say sionia sre ya num bia ne ehwegu e de wadaka so aboa na just say easy me yere jantre ni me kire say me mabodam ewiwe ne wo fin mon kan kire ne say and the NDC abino chen kuko ewa Ashanti region na san kuko na omoche no ye pese de boa mmebunu no no mo so enya adwuma ye enti onfo ne kwasia mfiri nkran na onko hu eye de omo chen kuko na Greek ministry no mo fa bi nko Buasi na Buasi ye wo mmebunu bebre wo ho a omo pese omo ye poultry farm na se enya nkukọ eye Buasifo mmebunu 10,000 no mu nyina eye poultry farmer uni medwuma be create Obuasi aboa wenum kuro wenum kankan throat cancer ne be kun wo me se wo me beto se obi de sika wo utirima me man thumbs up wo ana mudwin say munya tumi a na eno ano no meboa enti monka nkire no ene NDC aban aka Obuase Ashanti region ya start che nkukọ enti wa wo hia nkukọ ni bi no kwaje wa wo pe nkukọ ni bi anyan no kọ ne kwaje go and fill the forms and get nkukọ ne konyan na nkukọ de acha 3 months nkukọ 10 a ombeda ne 30 saa na nkukọ tie enti monka nkire Obuase West MP ni Sir Kevin Taylor say onfa ne kwasia ne throat cancer in free crime no mra Obuase na ombeje list ombra Obuase na ombeje list na onfa sa list ne nko Agric ministry no nkwaje nkukọ mfa mra odwan antreniba.
Look, the MPP of Darocha, Sakiskek, Victor Owusu, Kofi Buzia, Professor Edubwahe, Alajete, J.A. Kufuor, those men of value, those men of integrity are not what we have today. I tell you without mincing words, the 5 people who are contesting, wanting to be flag bearers, are just sankwas.
Hey!
Upon us with mercy. So those of us who have common sense and are on social media and are writing, why is the president giving 25 million and this and that and talking plenty and the cathedral is going to cost you to lose elections? No one will lose elections because he built a cathedral. We will see in this country. We will see it that no one is going to lose election because he dedicated a prime land for God. Judges were living in that place. Ridge is one of the choicest lands in this country. And they said, take the judges out and put the temple of Jehovah here. That's what Solomon did. Now, because David obeyed and he created a temple through his son Solomon, can you imagine Jerusalem 5,000 years after the fact? They still call Jerusalem the city of David.
Oye jantre ni che obia o Ghana. Paul Ademochire. Mo mbebunu na mosi so young people in Ghana na. Mo sorry and away dear. Paul Ademochire open one of the filthiest, dirty human beings. Paul Ademochire. O kan san sen we nyina no na sebio one wakoji obi yire. Ene na wasa threaten no Paul Ademochire. Na yire ne na weji mintira kakra because ono so negatives ne doso because of Exim Bank former CEO no de ono ne ye eti ontumi nkasa ajantra fo mienu Paul Ademochire and the cathedral and the dien na owie ska Paul Ademochire na we Christo ni na akwa we such a filthy disease, no credibility, everything about him is a curse. And also I know oversized shirt was starting hono na onim de ebeto no was starting hono so on any click no me say this year is going to be a difficult year for you people. Was starting hono also na was extra large me say o skinny ni nyina obeton skinny shirt ni skinny jeans ni nyina Paul unhu bibi da me say o de mama nyedin na Jimmy way and the cathedral, they were justifying $52 million thrown in the gutters. This is how they were doing it. And remember, they were doing it with the scriptures. Kwasi avu who one quotation no more de dadamo. Master, me, let me tell you, I don't take my spiritual life for granted. I don't. And I wouldn't also want you to take your spiritual life for granted. But you should not allow anybody to use what we call spirituality, religion, to lead you astray. Which means, our spiritual life, no, you will lose, you will perish. If you don't just see it as media, where can Bible, where can Quran, you need to also sit and look at things very well. 90% of the people are Bible quotation on TV, so they don't even believe in it. Sometimes sit down and reflect. And yet they be a quotation. Sit down and reflect. Such a disease of a human being. they were stealing from us using a Bible in the name of a National Cathedral. Kusibuatin away. Kusibuatin. Then suddenly, Abain Sesa and the Oman are powerful and the Kufuado. As of I didn't know, they are political pastors. Ada nyame adwuma no ya chawo say we 4 years we are I was another 4 years no kwatete nyame adwuma no e what time e was so you enim sa 8 years they so kasa after 8 years on kasa biom nyame adwuma no e do some point e was so do husie omo ye wifo Paul Adumochri is a thief. Me say he is suffering. I am his nightmare and I'll tell him he cannot sleep. He has murdered sleep. The nightmares he's having, or no, or bre, and the people he connived to lie, they are all suffering. Me say, nobody will complete their course. You see, none of these guys, none of them will complete their course. And when I say course, it is what is ahead of us. None of them. The only thing you call waste, and it will manifest. Now, as some way as some is serious, but this a Ghana ni be adi agro. And they are sorry, you know, abayin papa BBSC. And you do some time, and you man be wa see nya abotre na ye ka. SSNIT approves 10% increase in pension payment for 2026. Otiasie. Yes, SSNIT and the under NDC. Pensioner for pensions ikomo ya 10%. Hey. Hey. And the obia or what pension bia or budget the pension 2026 we know. John Mahama buying. NDC are buying say they came for everyone. They came to help everyone. They didn't come to kill. They didn't come to stress. Now I'll say almost increase a pension for sika 10%. Let me read a story. Now story nini. The Social Security and National Insurance Trust has approved a 10% increase in pension payments for 2026. The upward adjustment, approved in consultation with the National Pension Regulatory Authority, that's the NPRA, will see all pensioners receive a 6% fixed increase plus a redistributed portion from the remaining 4%. The redistribution is designed to provide higher effective increases for pensioners at the lower end of the pension scale. As part of the adjustment, pensioners currently receiving the minimum monthly pension of 300 Ghana cedis a month will see their payment rise to 409 Ghana 56 pesos in 2026. This represents a 36.52% increase, significantly higher than the overall indexation rate. Now, the American is simple. NDC are buying John Mahama or say, Omo Sebio Omoji pension or Ghana no. What now? What general abino and who say also musikano and kakrankakrano yetum. Just 1 year in office. 1 year in office. John Mahama adwene pensioner for whom. Wamfa DDEP ambejo musike ndio. Wama pensioners for ankodia rehu. When yi nani amomo. When bu omo nimtia wo. John Mahama adwene wo say 1 year dey na betuma ye. And there omoji pension 300 no omo beje 400. Omo kura na gi the lowest. Omoji pension no so wo check eye senior esika na edidi so a omo wo form kura no and there the oji 300 no obeje 409 Ghana. Now Tinasnebu Sound say it is a John Mahama buy no. Afibia krom to be 3% and 2% cra. Endu a year 41 years no na pension ni sika oji. It is a pilot sika oji an hour. Jack, we enya grow. Adena ya kan de bia sa no. De John Mahama ni NDC ye no. Ni eti krom ha na pensioner for the first time in the history of Ghana. Under Bawumia, Ekufuado, Kennedy Japan, Brian Champon, Kentry, and Kominini Somakan, Kennedy Japan, pensioner for Betana TV Susuye. The heart of the nation cried. Yet Nahama MPP4 communicators Edioma Tem. Sa dentina musu omo se da bi ye sika na ye gine kura esa. Eye den na ban sa gifri yensem. Ye nya miracle aboaje, ye nya kojo ponkroma, ye nya eye MPP for akosua berimu omo tena social media e di pensioners na tem se omo ye jandam, omo ye tie omo ka. Pensioner na wasom oman no MPP aban gini nsem sika all your demonstration say mintumi nante mintumi ntedro aban mesraw misika we de akosua menu kojo ponkroma eye intim fodwo Dennis Miracle Aboaje Salam Mustafa MPP for kojina social media edi eye pensioners natem na eya reho. All these things happen and John Mahama 1 year pay ya to almost salary mu pay na pensioner for kojina ya to 10%. Where you and the Kufuado mo hwede see ye.
We know we will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will. It's what we have, we know. And the road will be muddy and rough, but we'll get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will. At that time, we are going. Heaven knows where we are going. We know we will. We will get there. Heaven knows how we will. We know we will. We will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will.
Unim arawusama esi after pensioners no a year sa demonstration way. Half of them about be quarter munyina wuye. And the oko back echo check sa pensioners way omo anom we demonstration around the nation about quarter omunyina enim bi omo omunyina ewu adan a the pain na ebi mu pe eduro sika keke. Ebi mu diabetes, ebi mu hypertension, ebi mu chronic diseases, ebi mu kidney problems. Obi ho also kwa dialysis week bia Nanado Dankwa Kufuado bawomia kenoforiata NPP for Kenya Japan munyina etna ho egi omunsemu sika in the name of DDEP. The same time anomoje pensioner for sika na Kufuado rent jets. The same time anomoje pensioner for sika no na Nanado Dankwa Kufuado ne busua for SRD levy apay omoso. The same time ana omoje omunsemu sika no na the betting tax ato Ghana for so. The same time na omuji omunsem sika no na omudi different taxes, emission tax, just say the people were screaming yeyem penny for omuwie na omusma omunkwara no so omunko social media and who the likes of Akosua Menu, the likes of Opon Kroma, the likes of Abronye, the likes of obi to say Salam Mustafa, Dennis Aboaje and the co-mininis. And then they started insulting these people on social media. And now you some say, Adeng. A dear bonnie no my demo, Oma kwe juma, aye juma over 30 years. Omo do musika ma abain say, abain fatuho, fa ye juma. Omo say, abain jisikani ye juma. Na mo dia busumi biya na misika na babeje, abain say men famau. Ken oforiata, bawumia, they took the money from them. Minimobia Osham Sisia, ne maami wuye because of that. You want to take this country and hand over to these people again. You want us to sit and forget all these things. Adenya, inti ne kwa kwa say yen nyina yen gyan nkoto abama ba omia na. Inti dede na amoye no. Patricia Piejenu kankan the new for sin tomago no na anke enye den okasa oya press conference na den ya adwena sesa ne ato aba ma hwan MPP ana now Patricia MPP mbra pa obi so na wo 69 years NDC MPP mbra pa obi na wo dada esiewu. And we sit in Ghana na yama abrewa poso Embrewa poso. Na yet Ghana yet son kwasi asam so. You see, these are things that and this are taking it for granted because papa be retirement. Mama be retirement. Or a teacher ni, or a police ni, or a prison officer, or a custom ni. And you're dangerous. You don't hand over. Untimi for omo life and sanko shen pipi nsemu. Say NDC abani to be cry eto omo salary we mu every month be 2% cry. Jack every year be 3%. It is not easy. And do 8 years, 12 years, 14, 16. No, sika pensioner for J. This is a good gesture. I wish it was 20%. I wish it was 30%. But at least there's a government that is showing some kind of empathy. There's a government that is showing some kind of concern. There's a government that is showing, say, so Nyakesia Obama Ubi. I wish it's a pensioner for Nkamunya a 50% increment. I wish. But the government is showing some kind of concern. The government is trying to tell them, say, we are not going to come and steal from you again. We are going to try and make life easy for you. And that is the government we want. And NDC is here to serve you. Nyoman to me perfect. Because there are thousands of people the former buying. To president. To me perfect. But even in their imperfection, whether scandal happens or not, there's one thing we need to protect: our democracy. Our democracy. We almost lost the democracy. It almost went through our fingers. People were killed. Pensioners were killed indirectly. People were murdered. We cannot go back to such a place. Anytime I catch you, remember we see MPP adi omaye. Every day when you wake up, mawuyemun show bako. Every time I bet NPP ding, whoever is leading them, mawuyemun show. Because say ye MPP leader, show mo mugune chino. Every day I tell you. Say, who say ye MPP leader, whether Bawumia ye any other person, who leader na shenichi. The people behind that leader, ye MPP leader no, and then they bet show the kind of people they are. And the utu weni eshe Bawumia chi ade na uhu. Utu weni eshe Kennedy Japan chi ade na uhu. Ucha weni eshe Koble Japan chi ade na uhu. Osha Brian the Champo chi ade na uhu. Bawumia ni Kennedy Japan jina ho you see murder. You see corruption. You see disrespect. You see people who don't have respect for the rule of law. You see people who are diabolic. You see nation wreckers. You see dangerous people who don't care about this nation. In today, biano, anytime Bawumia is just a puppet. On a kufu the dot. Look at Bawumia, look deep. You will see the people behind him. Only a smoke screen. Usha Kennedy Japan, Nechi Akronfo Ngwane Gunechi. Usha Mahamudu Bawumia, Akronfo, serial killers, murderers, people who oversaw the killing of 8 people during elections. People who oversaw vigilante groups destroying people's life. These are rebel leaders. Bawumia, they be sorry to me. I don't insult, and I'm trying to say, you don't insult. Now, when Jimmy saw Bawumia is one of the most dangerous politicians in Ghana, our history. Only Kennedy Japan. They are the 2 most dangerous people. Catch me between the 2 of them. A dear partner 8 years MPP de baya omumi ni kaso ompeneso. Bawumia ni Kennedy. Me pe one thing. A dear partner Ekufuado 8 years or the Bawumia Echechire Ghana Bawumia was in charge of the economy. A dear monka dear ba kwa a baya these 2 people boldly came out to say I don't agree. Monka dear ba kope. These are 2 rebels. They supported and voted for everything. What was happening was that Bawumia goes to cabinet. He endorses the bad decisions. Then it comes to parliament. Then you see Brandy Champon and Kennedy Japan do yeah. These are dangerous characters. Bawumia ekoliko. And uko social media na uhune yire na wadane eye embassy pleasure dancer. And omu jojo no duru bebi anom de ase gine me say hwe obesa ma to apa. Me say na so be uba Samira bia na osa. Na mba ni ogduru bebi om se sa hwe omemo wasa obeda ne adoyi MPP4 We see fanfooling. Na nipa mutumi di mefi ya benkwan, abra mefi fira benkwan mu. E na odi omudi agro. Me say MPP for supporters, omo mutumi di mefi soja e de ya benkwan, abra mefi na nkasa fira benkwan mu. We mu, omo be mu wasa ma oto besa. MPP what you? And Samira, I don't know who can mobo. Wasa wa say Jimmy, yeah, onsa. Or board of the 8 years girl who did not use that form. Over some to be pa to pa. Na time I for a private jet to go India. Ekosra kunkumba jano. Na sangwa ja from do chino sa no maka ho. Obobe yusu to say choko trotro. Afio de fio du fio so ye choko. He. Omobe twu mu fucking. Omobe twu mu for Mr. He came late. Mr. He came late. Omobe twu mu rough. Into mama kan kire mo. Adia NDC aban we are here when it comes to pensioners. Let us be very grateful. Let us all applaud the NDC government. At least they are trying. I wish they could do better. And I know this president is a listening man, a listening president. I know by next year they will increase it a little bit. And I believe, oh, you're a pensioner. You are close to say, pensioner. Have faith in this government. Believe in it. More military, more police, more pension. This is the belief you need to have. This government is going to make your retirement better. It is going to make sure you are not retiring in vain. Because pensioners are broke. Nanado Danko Kufuado. Onosa wanum wiya ma wanhyira anya public job bia Ekufuado wanya ban adwuma bia da abadwuma efa na ne se obeye foreign affairs minister obeye politics de bedurua onum wiya baomia munya abadwuma baomia oban ne so nko Bank of Ghana onko so chok mu nkyira ade da baomia nko eye village enko ye service bi onti ase into a pensioner near to kroma pensioners etumi ko finance ministry ekoye demonstration pensioners under MPP.
How long do you intend to do this?
We have said we will continue until we get our petition accepted. Yes. Every day 1 hour here, every day 1 hour here. We will behave as if we are coming to work. 1 hour, there we go. 1 hour, there we go. 1 hour, there we go. Every day until we get the exemption.
We understand the minister wants to see you.
We are going.
So you are getting audience from Ken Ofori-Atta?
Yes, I have been told they want to see us. So we are
what's your
going
expectation?
There. All that we expect is a clear statement that you have been exempted. If that comes, we will close and go home. Tomorrow we won't come.
Is that an indication you are not accepting the revised offer?
We want an exemption, not a revise.
We are here to ask the government to exempt it totally from the animal they call domestic debt exchange program. We have paid our dues, we have worked so hard, and we don't want to be part of this program. If you want people to be part of this program, not pensioners, it's only insensitive people who call pensioners to sacrifice at this time. Are they ready to sacrifice? What sacrifice have they made? What is the sacrifice? They should cut down their government, nothing. They are not even making any effort. And you want to kill pensioners, sending us early on into our graves. What is this? They will go first. We are not going to accept that. So we are here begging them. They should exempt it totally from this exchange program they said they are doing.
This is what people went through under Bawumia. He was in charge of the economy. Economic messiah. We're scared. This is what, and we don't want anybody to go through this again. They are the same people today walking around and saying, Bawumia mbra emwa. Have you seen one thing that they have prevented Bawumia from doing? As much as Kennedy Japan is not qualified to be president, he's not matured enough to lead even a group of chicken. At least he has done one thing. He availed himself for journalists to question him one-on-one. Oh, wadia bi omaye. Oh, say Bawumia one-on-one interview. And I won't say, oh, the Bawumia ba say, on-granting interview. Since it's all started your campaign, have you seen Bawumia meet a journalist one-on-one for him to be grilled? No. I'm giving some way, Jimmy. You forget things. He's hiding. who raise the issue of the watem sisia. Me say, Saturday first I'm going elections no. Adentina Bawumia has not availed himself. Uncle Media General. Uncle Media General. Now Uncle Tina a Media General show so no mumbusa the question. Senior omu interview Kennedy Japan. Oh yeah, you know why? Because a disease of a politician. He knows he's daft. He's hiding his failure from the people. He's scared to speak. Mahmoud Bawumia, and you're in a symposium of Ghana Bibrino, or Cheso Nyansa Chebiano. For 1 year, Bawumia has avoided a one-on-one. Mr. Uncle Media General. Uncle Media General. Sa Joy News will be in the Omoyano. Omo pay as you go journalism. Pay as you go media house. Cocaine at the tea. Canada Japan a catchromo. That media house has no credibility. Cocaine media. Majority of the people, they are criminals. They are thieves. They are doing business. They are doing this thing against Sami Jefi because Sami Jefi is not giving them money. That's all. Why is it Mahmoud Bawumia has avoided the media one-on-one? Why? Ask yourself why. Some questions, you don't even need to be a journalist to ask Bawumia. But he knows that if he makes a mistake and sits before any intelligent journalist, his political career is over. The same thing on the Ekufuado. They protected Ekufuado. Natural. We all knew Ekufuado had hernia. Yenim se Ekufuado atrocious in Anthem. Yenim se Ekufuado wasn't intelligent, coherent enough to be a leader. Kwame Sefa Kayamo protected Ekufuado. Nobody got access to Ekufuado to question him, to drill him on his intelligence. No. They created something, impression. He's intelligent to where the nana papa, Jumama American phone when you're chino, no file, said the papa, and an oba US embassy or Ghana so begin to pay near Pamono, or they were a snitch. Now where the Okosco Dabi, they protected Ekufuado. They used the Akan media, they used some of the English speaking radio stations, they protected Ekufuado. I didn't think about Bawumia to Imponko Polarmochi show so Paul Jimmy why can't Bawumia go there? Now Paul any propaganda job mano. Say Paul questions when Opa Bawumia questions my Paul. Now Paul question pay about the and Busano. Still the two of them will fool themselves. They cannot. Me say Mumbusa Bawumia campaign no any Bawumia team no. Omuko baby say why is your candidate not availing himself? Why? And somebody do what them. I'm gonna say Bawumia there he can do that. Just say let him come. Or not also on your debate. Or not also on share media. What makes Bawumia a qualified candidate to lead the MPP? Abuofunu. What you say, Jimmy? Me mechi Bawumia 1-on-1 10 minutes. Bawumia collapse. Bawumia. Obet Martina be interview 10 minutes. Obet you pass out. E chane yire ba twetwe ne be mama no na ni ti. Bawumia. Wa bon se shire. Unim shire. Wa bon se shire. All the fuck at maso penaka half. Mahamudu. And nitina they are protecting him. Kennedy Japan crash so bon yen nyire so bon sebio onim nyansa be chichire man no or a bold equatina TV so say mumusa me questions. Now we scared na ende ada wadane otafrija. Wa bon ankasa wasa atasa say on pene on grantee interview or the nemu sa 31st no ma book Kennedy nkofo no. What this is what they are going to do now, election day. Mahmoud Bawumia mo. What Bawumia's campaign team will do in the say they will go and request for military protection. Tie. We Bawumia minimum and I'm with them that Bawumia will put in a request for the military to protect them. They will call foul first. Make catch all. Mahmoud Bawumia and his team, they will call foul first and say they need protection. And then the Bama Kennedy so are calling for protection from the military. Now this is what's going to happen. Because Mahmoud Bawumia, Samia Ukumu are preparing tags, they are going to make sure say they are not going to call for a full air protection, which means all constituencies, ballot boxes will be covered by the military because they know the military cannot cover all ballot boxes or all polling stations around the nation. Now, Bawumia mo nebechire police and military say these are the places I want you people to protect. So they will use them to protect almost stronghold. Bawumia timuno. Now, what they will do is say, they will leave the Kennedy Japan who hold the stronghold, then they will attack it. So when the issues start, you say, I don't Kennedy mo, I'm here to travel, sir. Kennedy stronghold, Kennedy so we need 6 regions. That is the strategy, and they are going to cause a lot of chaos in the stronghold that Kennedy ever contesting. Yeah. Enti enchebia Over this about Omutone Bessasa, they'll be calling for protection. We need military protection because we think in Japan they will kill it. And Kennedy Dems to call for that. Baumia Chuchimame. On a sort of way, Papa Pare Yati, I say, Titi generator near Chiahumano, Zenit, Baumia said to Chimame, or Colasia or Samira Chiana in Yati, Baumia, or tram him 3 minutes, 10 minutes interview. You have a chat about Samira the better Chimana, sorry. Mahamudu, Messi, Mohamudi Baumia Chino. Can you Japan as far as a minister about Damno, or Timiko TV3 say any interview, at least. Bimusa Roland Walker interview Kennedy Japan. He answered, even though some of the answers name from along over the bar, 90% of the answers and answer be any. Mama whiskey the nembra, whiskey no monfa nembra. I didn't in the auto media. I didn't Baumia is afraid of the media now. Mahmoud Baumia and affairs of fair to or hear all the media in Ghana. Do you remember Baumia? Every single day he was meeting the media. Monka Baumia opposition.
This is why we got into the IMF. You were spending too much relative to revenues, which is true. You were borrowing too much, which is true. Your external payments position has deteriorated, which is true. And so you ended up, your growth is reducing, which is true. So you ended up at the IMF, and the IMF would impose certain conditions, which is true. And if you don't do certain things right, the anchor will not hold, which is true. So I'm not quite sure what it is that is not true that I said. But I think, unfortunately, the supporters of this government and this government itself are very reluctant to admit the truth, even when it hits them in the face. Yeah.
True. Thank you about that.
This is why we got into the
come and interview me. Baumia. And who my cana ne bema jojo we dwane twetwemame hwe obekasa me say first no ba obi atumi sha bodam ni o say come and interview me Mahmudu na otumi frɛ me munyina mombra come and interview ba omi anie
leave that to breathe, but we are going to build a new economy, a different economy. And you will be hearing a little bit more, because you cannot just criticize without providing alternatives. And we are going to, and we have anyway. You can tell us something as to what exactly. I'm telling you, it's an exciting. I will tell you what it is not. It is not a doomsday economy. It is not a dead goat economy. It is not a friends and family economy, right? It is an economy that will create jobs.
Right now, I say I say Jimmy, and it is not a dead goat economy. It is not a doomsday economy. Also, right now, also a mental problem. I feel a munya. Also, me boy interview, which is how did we fall for this? Yeah, that is the thing. I make sure. Also, right now, no, unya butena utiera say how did we as a nation? How did we fall for this? Yebusa will say, what are the alternatives? Do you have any alternatives to what is happening? There's one thing I can tell you. It is not a doomsday economy. It is not a dead. You see, the guy was empty from day one. So when you about old interviews, I will say, hey,
all of these are hurting. They are hurting the economy. These taxes are hurting, and therefore you are not going to get the growth. And when you don't get the growth, you will not get the revenue. And when you don't get the revenue, you go back to increasing taxes to get the revenue. And then you are in a cyclical downward spiral. And so they have it wrong. And we will change that particular policy. We will use the tax incentives to grow this economy. And you will...
Make it also have a winner, but I would say, hey. Avena, me say I nya botre na kotie ba omi abiem. Obo se yedi nkwasi asem pap. Asoma ganya se bene do. Me say o kind interviews na o ye no Joy News Jefferson Saki na interview no. O wie na Jefferson Saki be yedwuma o Jubilee House. Me say so wonya botre na utie ba omi old interview because say hey ye Jimmy o. Baumia is vague. You can be a vague. Just a Baumia is empty or you're empty. Take your mama. Met mama interviews better. Uko say now kwa way. My mama on the speeches in me. Yeah. My mentor there. Bawumia, Mamancho, Mahamudu, Shade, Joey. Mamancho, Joey.
Has the government achieved single-digit inflation?
Well, that is for everybody else to judge. My point.
Do you doubt that they have achieved single-digit?
My point is that the single-digit inflation that we are seeing is not consistent, in my opinion, humble opinion, that is not consistent with developments that we are seeing in the cost of living. You know, I mean, the single-digit inflation is supposed to be driven by food prices. So, you know, ask every, you know, woman, man who goes to the markets and ask about food prices between last year and this year and see how food prices have been increasing. My visits to the markets, whether it's in Malatar or Tamale.
Me say, Akwawe utie na. The more utie no say enkoye.
We don't have to borrow money from anywhere. Just toll the various sections of the road and we'll raise the money to do the roads in Ghana. We don't have to borrow money from anywhere. Just toll the various sections of the road and we'll raise the money to do the roads in Ghana. We don't have to borrow money from anywhere. Just toll the various sections of the road and we'll raise the money to do the roads in Ghana.
Yeah, almost a nya wutre utie ba obia unya wutre na utrase ude didi numti kakra na ka se ukotie ba obia obenu ho obeka se hey. Now how didn't you see? I didn't know you jandam no. On sa fait I say you reflect about obia. Oni bibia o wa bon. Mesi metuma mo 30. Ubenu ho say inti akwa we pa mama ba ku biwa. Bebre o. Abunya abutentie ba omia ho. Tie ba omia ba ku biwa ha.
The Ghana cedi is currently in free fall and depreciating virtually on a daily basis. In fact, this is what you are seeing as a Midonyami exchange rate because it is going all the way. The Ghana cedi.
The NDC was in government for 8 years. They may think that we have short memories, but we can still remember very clearly that after 8 years that they had in office, in government, to demonstrate their prowess in managing this country and managing the economy, after 8 years, what did they leave us with? They left us with declining agriculture, declining industry, interest rates were high, inflation was high. In fact, if you look at the data, in terms of macroeconomic performance in any economy since the year 2000.
Massa, or you're vague. We don't have to waste time on this guy. Very vague. Or your textbook. Also, I can say, oh, here paper. Oh, you paper, do a penalty free. This is a guy, me what time, manu, when I'm off on him. Me say, yeah, what time, Marco? I'll go with us so a bone near Pobia. Me see. Mahamudu Bawumia, unya butre na ukohwe the old videos ubenu ubeka say hey me se Bawumia unya butre ude didi kakra numti kakra neka se me pese me ko tie Bawumia ube say hey we were just as one teacher. Mahamudu wa bon, if he's a man he should meet the meet on share journalists dey busa questions on da he's not going to do it. Now my mentor adebu ha ti asemi me say MPP omusa omujimi kakra omunyine no mobodam they go forward. MPP so omu ye younger anu omujimi kakra no omunyini a no mobodam papa we Ekufu Addo ministry appointment worst ever ayikwe otu papa we and the okachire yes eyi tokonu lawyer new I when eko defend tokonu papa we and there will be an MPP new or catch say Nana Danko Kufuado we Jimmy ne appointees selection in the history of Ghana. Na we just say who Jimmy a day appointment to say that the worst in the history of Ghana. Papa we ask will be an okachre. But do you know this man too is an Akufo-Addo appointee? Monsieur Musa Omujimi, Omunyinia Domabodam. Okay? The same person. Oyeko Otu, this man, Oyeko Otu appointed High Commissioner to Canada. Nana Akufo-Addo appointed this man in 2017 to Canada. And then 2026. Okachre said Nana Akufo-Addo appointment to Akufo-Addo Niminyansa, the worst in the history of Ghana. And then the power over the serious. How can he take such people serious? He was an appointee himself. But the referee will say appointee no. Say dementia. Say ultrasound, incognitive, analytical, the consistency. Bro. Review. Analytical, incognitive, inconsistent analogy. So I want to you. So I want to know no review. Say George no more. Akufo-Addo na appointee. Who ye Akufo-Addo appointee? Who catch say Akufo-Addo with Jimmy? Appointment we nyana nyansenim. How can you be an elderly person able to be boo? Osono mame ne lawyer no. Sometimes you ask yourself, say, we mo no edro be na mo nom. Ana mo me some medication ana. Bibi na ha mo ana. And sometimes you ask yourself, you were appointed by Akufo-Addo in 2017 as a high commissioner to Canada. Ugotina Canada. Ebo jantra ye di also ye nyina. Ade chini about 2026 okay say Akufo-Addo no with Jimmy. Appointees ni nyina na the worst in the history. Inti over say Akufo-Addo no with Jimmy no appointee o meboa. You see, the issue with these people, and they say, almost taking Ghana for granted for a long time. Almost still, they've still not realized, say, we are in an era we can fact check them, we can break back their past, we can quote them and refer them to the things they said. So, I know review. They still think, say, we are in the Peace FM era. You can be no. Oh, say from time omo Peace FM ni Inshira FM no ene Adom FM ne bae na Kennedy FM no sankwasi FM ne bae no. They were saying things and we did not have J. Akufo-Addo president Oko GBC. Everything that was about him, he deleted it and burned everything. J. Akufo ya send obe Baumia running mate almost say they will declare him incapacitated. And no go GBC, your Kwame Nkrumah, your Eddie, your Buzia, your JJ Rollins videos, your Mahama, your Atamels, your J. Akufo-Addo videos, you obe free power no. Krono mo boy one eye kodwom pieni ni tisa monchi Kennedy ne kan nya me papa we de mindi watem. Kofo be free power no and or instructing the panel GBC say every single thing about him at GBC cover they should ban it and there Oko online, Oko GBC, there's nothing about Kufo. That is what they do. But to see an young chairman GBC, Enfa camera Panasonic can begin also. Yet the crack na be cover at the atuho near making sure say a bekaiwo. Makachamo, Yabekaimu Kopiso Munamu and Yajai. Yabekaimu debia. Every day we remind you of your past. We will remind you of the nonsense you have done. We will remind you of your foolish talk. We will remind you of your corrupt activity, lifestyle. We will remind you of your hypocrisy, your sycophancy. We will remind you of you people, your deliberate ideas. That we will remind you people till you people die. J. Akufo, all free power. Oko delete bibia momo shi tape no omo yi tape ni nyina 11 e de gu GBC hwe potogu so e shi ni nyina and we hwe Akufo video ba ko pa uhu na sebi o mane susumina so sebio mano esisumina so me papa me do se nde wo da benkum so a e de videos na de be kai wo ya papa Akufo ende so we nya running mate na sebio mane susumina so o twede opokwa me efra wende as an ex-president e de video ne e ko hwe de be kai wo. What's that trauma? Juma obedi ye Ghana at 50. Dien one more delete passion in yina. At the end suban no. Inti and the MP before your campaigner, normal jampo a Akufo-Addo no Kufo. It ongo can be bia and never pack of 4 no. Okasa ko check ya Kufo-Addo and some minds what you see. But obi agina stage na or refer to Kufuor, ya pass Kufuor because almost with Jimmy. Obi agina stage na or refer to Kufuor. Or Chibia when people mu ebe campaign na obo Kufuor din because Kufuor na ebody din no. Okasa oko fact check Kufuor with video evidence publications to cry. You delete it right now no, they are campaigning with a ghost. They are using a ghost profile to campaign. Now how can say John Mahama ebe skipi Atamils na or the JJ Rawlings abe campaign? How come? John Mahama campaign 2020-2024. He stuck to the boss Atamils. The why ye edit the so ye can. That is what we call you are continuing governance. And so when the ba o jina stage no obo Kufuor din. Canada Japan jina stage no obo Kufuor din. Snitch Kobene Japan jina stage obo Kufuor din. Country obo Kufuor din. Ena omo maka until you ask yourself say in the siano until Nana Kufuor do or onye nipa na because Kufuor or ghost mode. Baby Kufuor one ya skip Kufuor ya Kufuor so dia yenya records bia. Until how can we believe you? One Amose Kufuor is incapacitated. You people are campaigning on ghost mode. You come back, you see, and Kufuor ye way, and Kufuor ye, and you campaigner, you have a Kufuor, you come back so at the ghost mode, you wushi. Okwa default, okwa blank, okwa opaque. Just okay, so okwa back, Kufuor no more refer na, ni the ghost mode. Bibie no so Kufuor tiase. Kufuor the history the ghost mode and so tiase. E dia asem kura na ekoso mo MPP for dia pa na yemo. Inte Kufuor do onena na mo no mo hu so enipa na mo so ya chechede. Why don't you people use Kufuor as a reference point for us to see say muni penyini bitina Ghana na onim nyansa ana Kufuor mo so wejimi. And the Munya platform be also tonight. And you know the Kufuor legacy and the Kufuor legacy and the Kufuor legacy will say now the Kufuor are there or yachichide. A Kufuor legacy. Mo de mumbo ni wi ni so keke. Na hu se Kufuor the real legacy. Mo to mo ntimi mo Kufuor legacy so. Mo sorry Kufuor so the ghost mode. Ya pa Kufuor tiase and so the history at the ghost mode. Sebio manisi sumina so mema ninsi. And the papa Kufuor the benkum so obituary dia na e be twero wom. GBC for documentary be no me ya kire. The obey ya kire say nansen nkofo kosra no when the shake kotena ne nchen na we kotena ne nchen na obi call odi birthday. Mo betuma ma Kufuor the obedi president because ye nim say JJ Rawlings owu ye no from 1979 ye nya ne videos nyina be see time JJ Rawlings nyankopɔ to ne safre no send the Kufuor wu a ye benya Kufuor video Kufuor na ngasa odi nkan sie ne ho fama omo na MPP for the omo Jimmy fama omo All right, you're still watching with all respect extended version. It's exactly 5:59 p.m. in Ghana. No, a minute now about 11 p.m. Ye jinem anameboa. Ahaya ni jina bibie fufuru bia no. Afi de be TC MPP for asemu. When I say comedies, afi na be ka MPP asem. Oforiata na ya che no ewo America. Ken Oforiata and yes sorry ya. Hwe Oforiata nanim na hwe ne lawyer nim. Oforiata lawyer die. Oforiata na wo for wall. Uhu Oforiata lawyer. Ode Oforiata pe. Odo say achieve di. Me say mo sankofu we o. Wo de hwe Oforiata na lawyer nie. Frank Davis. Opejo to China na we kusie. Akwa we. Okwa ensan ekura no ode bobo ho no oyi fufuro. De si na no nsan ekura no na oposa no oyi fufuro. Akwa we. George diplomat. Eye Tosca. Embassy 55 ena eye mumma medino wey onum George China we kusie. Hwe Oforiata nim wo fomo na hwe the lawyer nanim. Messi webo. Oh rade jagopo. Client is a lawyer. Client no or a lawyer no. It went to use client in the passport. Lawyer no crab to the passport my client no. Me say, who's your lawyer anymore? Now your client anymore. Say client the person using the lawyer, the passport to be use acronym for gua. I go, oh, kind of correct. As a lawyer for I, and you know, 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 and you for gua. Now, you see, I check a money box, no. You see, US eyes of aqua money box. Now, MPP for ba umiamo money box no on any ofuriata. Omu ya no on the two na or so gum ofuriata. Yache money box no America. Na money box no adentini yache no. Ade kudenti yache money box ayo ofuriata no say. Ya see money ofuriata ba krom ha no ayo ofuriata. Sika je so na wi na egu na dakam money box no. Ofuriata's ICE detention not related to extradition case. Yen nyina yenim. Can Ofuriata yache no America ha and the America for say o ma chine na tufiase a ya hwehwe ni nsem mu no. Enka eye OSP extradition ne ya Attorney General any America for edi ho nkomo no enka ho. Sa echire we ya yeche no no. Eya America wabetena ne nkratasem enye. Eno ano no. Otete krom ha ne nkrata anye. Osori a otwen ebo 6:30 na okoto pizza. Lord abehye dem di why say kura. Egawitela. Bi chiro. Kero Ofuriata bete krom ha. Sa na yire di nkan o Ghana ha. Ena ne ba no so di nkan o Ghana. Na yire o Ghana o. Ah na yire di nkan. Me sure say waba because odwen so obewu o. Eye ice for the cells for. De na o ya ne say osoro na the school bag abodechi. No the headphones are shana son. No shekambu. Na on Pennsylvania Avenue. Oh this year. Now I know say or America small boy. Now I saw baggy pants bisa. No the jacket atoso. Okwa no koto pizza. Now I thought a pancake. Already made one be. No I thought frozen chicken. No I thought frozen pizza. No I thought frozen. Now wa pack go backpack. Oh yeah, criminal over it. Iti besides. Get rid of Ofuriata picture. The one you try that on Nam Street this no. It was around 222. Or try na about 6:30 emu yesum kakra da. Obeso kwa shopping. Onim se nkrata no en sequence. Onim se the passport and the visa de wu. And on it eyes of 10:10. Into do I say or try 6:30 emu yesum kakra no. Na or the backpack abodechi no ashada ashe. Jeans said the American boy. When you know I na or the a chakata the team to say the old team obwa. No the headphones. No the ashana son. Na or the backpack about the chi no asha jacket. Na I say on ante say a guy. Ora eye Delia and I say ora eye 7-Eleven. No I talk eye chicken na ya the phone tantan no ha no you for no the tissue at chire ho. Na wako why you cook eye diet coke bi edu. Kere horata or you homeless. Homeless is life na no the America o bezo mbe wuzo ekrofo the passport de wu ne visa wu enti ingrata 70 sikedi mapa wada akatedi 7-Eleven o shopping abuofuru so say enti besides if you cry me ya I feel best at MPP for us about me start here try. Thank you, Mr. S. Mr. S, thank you for the picture. Picture the day. Anything I say for no more shadow. Picture the day. Iti. They know this year, no. Abu from what you said this year, Bantama. Introduce. Or this year, Chebi. Bibi cameras in here, Juma. No news here, no. I now you said this year, Chebi. Onye. Iti do I understand? Or Sorano Patutu Tua. I mean, Ken. Which betty only oh no the headphones are shana so na the reso address is a teacher I say madam me I saw no ejuma or a public servant to America na nkophobia no we oh mama here also shekambu na the reso shekambu ha do mo you know we you white not to actually grant anti we engine at rogu again, I wonder. In Grata 70, where you injured that rogu, was a kabu.
Hey! Cha 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 cha. Hey! Mama! Hey! Nyata! Nyata! Nyata biloko! Nyata!
Is it or him you or him yourself? So I'm at the data. I say or to be here. I or him. I say I've read in Grata 70. Boge you white not watching and wakoto oko TJ Maxx and wakoto jeans a khaki. Oko TJ Maxx no wakoto khaki black one on na yire. On be so be omo say na yire a teacher and ono so ye guy bia I say oya buying software bi omo na DC omo hi adwene. And wash headphones and wakoto why said na what the backpack abodechi. Nyoma no goto the 711 egumu no. Ai kwasi afo omo to ota tomo. Omukodi in terms to question them 2 weeks no mu pie ni maybe omo who says when your kidney failure then we surgery oboa no dey say this year chebi abo furu dey say ehun no and eyes for no camera ni gba adwuma and in the camera na pick wo this year na atro kedo for ata Ghana chebi criminal money box is wanted but they dinachi camera no camera no adwuma fucking and camera dinachi capture money box from Ghana criminal alert 1 pipi no matter to war oman kashi no mo tetano into okwhye mo ase kura okwawe mo no ne eye owe mo no no awe into bibia frozen pizza frozen salad frozen den okwado ye free bag no shama kuro no edi into ice for no mo hwe no kwase ampanyi odwen se ho echebi wa bo frozen na into se wo steady no uno this yoga se nyon no a na yire so osori a na watwe pony ai na wa share space bi na so asje 3 quarters omoto mpabo ni your TJ Maxx the same sneakers ai eyi form bi dem the same sneakers bi refi ai omoto shepa omo to 27.99 omoto ye because ya form you omo wi am better America than homeless in Grata 70 angel no wato agu akoshe yi Jack Chan and ordinam inti eyes for no mo hwe no oni krata ne yire no so sa ono oyi kakra oyi ofri kakra inti Ghana and oyi half caste I into an America omdwen so ofri eyade Yugoslavia sa America no ahwede mu fo no omte sa ne yire no sa ne yire onye broni o ne yire no oyi ofri but don say Ghana ne ya tum ya te say eye po ya ndo to ho inti obia o Ghana obi se po ya ndo hu na se kura inti odi ni gina maami we nchen a bagin se maami we broni onye broni oyo free inti do ye ne say on America no ne eye de one ofurata na mtom je so ofurata is student I okọ night classes Saturday on ko shopping 738 hon baby 711 bi wo Pennsylvania Avenue ho no mko ena omko inti da be no mko enro echi maami ne ka chen se okọ Ghana ba ne setena fie wakoye shopping bem ya je frozen chicken frozen pizza, frozen salad, frozen rice, frozen coke. Just say, Mr. Frozen, ya jiji guda mediano wo ho kwa hin. And I can say boss says no. Okope ayede frozen turkey. Okope frozen turkey ato. And aboga tisi menumre wa pocket we mia schoolboy. I tell well. No mo twafa no. Hello sir, how are you doing? Yes, I can. Oh, I'm good. Where you going? Oh, I went for classes. I said, says that I was a chair. In Dominion Sakura, and we shave fine. And or a blanco, alpha for fun, a kiwi, shoe polish, no, or the key shoe polish be alpha for about getting black, no, and we shavy. Into our soldier, eyes for some about Damkakra. Wait. Hello, sir, how are you doing? I said, I'm good. How are you doing? Good. Where you going? I went for classes. I said, I'm doing remedial. I'm doing remedials. And I'm saying, remedials? For what? I can't dance.
Hey! Hey!
Yeah, we are sure. We are sure. Now, me agadi that was my bottom. Yeah, na dem agya to my bottom. Me am my bottom. It say, I was some ko bisa papa say problem bi o ha na because me Bobby, be problem bi o an kan kire be hu. Bobby my bottom o. Me agasa my bottom. My bottom. Me hu hwe nyi. Asana me kan ma serious. Overata. Wait. So say, where you going? So just went to classes. I went to classes. Say classes for the so remedials. Say remedials? What's remedials? Oh, accountancy. But a small boy said, "Can you please take off a Hartford education?" He said, "What?" He said, 2 10 years will be free. Can take off a Hartford education. 2 take off your hat at that time. Say ice for so the ice for the and say, "I'm off a crobia ni bi no ice." Yo, because I'm watching conform person. I'm watching the Omokano. Also, how China was baba. Obusan also Italian there. Iti Brody no South America. Brody can take a Hartford education. I said, "Can you take off your hat for that? Ghana need be ice for no." Or say, "Ja, yes, 2 chadian show him." It's better quoting or can ice for no. Into brother, you know, somebody can take off a hat for education. I say, "What are you saying?" Into that, Mr. Better quoting in the bufu, so can ice for no. The bufu ni muno. No, he one man papa did EPU or Ghana to ja. Into Yana say for that, I say, "Ja, yes, 2 chadian show him." Tell her let's go education. I take away her certification. And I say, "Ja, ultimate two child because I've been mapa. Abu funu ya cheno. Eja is 2 child and show him. So tell her education. I take off your hat and let us see your application." Hey, bro, what's that deal? I'm telling you, it's ya cheno. I yache money box. Ninyina na say. Yesterday krata sem na ndimu. And all try say. Obefa kwan bi so ama ne nkrata na edimu na ice for ache no ampo obi se Kevin Revi make us maboda no say me nkwa be na medin kwa se menyini na maboda MPP ni ampo ase we true MPP for so obogi bi omunyina na maboda ese menyina boda MPP enti ya che no ene ya che boga ya mo no ya che ni kua ena yede no aden yede na kwhyem. Now, Metisenkophobia argument with Joy News. And the argument did not make any sense. Guy, your friend say, Kofi Kwat, your friend saying, Akwe Okaso be the president here or they are low accent to be by Amfi. Kofi Granting, ain. Now, Kofi Granting, I don't know my fianza. Now, I say, oh, Kofi Granting, my fianza, be what the TV show or homeless shelter bills a day. Kofi Granting, there they see. Oba no abopa, no 5 past 6. They say, I saw a phone me. Ude utia yi presidential e ba ko pe wa form ya be se Kofi Granting o se dey ubetua ba ko pe wa form he guy bi na friend Kofi Ghana o se Ghana o se dey on your friend saying guy ba ko bi oba nice guy bi onu so betua ba ko se filing fee wa mem enough bo Kofi Granting now on Akobi tie Joy News my team we were discussing. And you know, Ken Ofori-Atta, let me tell you what's happening. I think that Ken Ofori-Atta, you know, hey, okay, you know better. And you know, Ken Ofori-Atta, the hospital that he had the surgery, the surgery, they were supposed to try and extend his stay from say, move on from hospital na immigration office. Hospital na Ken Ofori-Atta koye. Surgery, immigration office. They don't have the right to extend Ken Ofori-Atta's stay in Ghana, in America. And then question misinformation of the radio, so any TV, so I can. Yachi money box now. Monkanche Ghana for say yachi money box. Ken Ofori-Atta ebe surgery. Hospital no, they don't care about your passport and your status. So we're America. That's all person you had surgery. All that the hospital does is say they will tell you to come in for your review. They will tell you to come in for your observation. They will observe you. Omu wi anoma chiro say asemesi. Oyara na and who carry $30,000. So insurance, maybe your insurance can take about 80% of it. But so when insurance now is out of pocket, it is $80,000. All that they do is wo yare no and the hiomo. Now, yare bia and the recovery time. So koye surgery bia. Some of the surgeries, walk-in surgery. You can go into the hospital today and come home today. Surgeries will be over. Overcall hospital, You bet you what 24 hours. If you have 3 days, 72 hours. Near they are prepared, near your surgery, no. We are about 48 to maximum, maybe they are serious, be a week to recover. Now, sir, I'm monitor for maybe 3, 4, 5 days. Now, someone say, oh, you're okay. Complications beyond by. They will tell you to leave and go home. Now, they can tell you to go home and be coming for review. Reviews are not every week. Reviews sometimes once in a month. Some people cry, no. It depends. Surgery now, it could be once in 2 months. Now, Kenofurata be surgery free hospital. The hospital has nothing to do with his status. The hospital cannot write any report and say, this is our patient. He came to have a surgery here and that his passport is expiring or his visa is expiring. So, extend it for him. You are mad. The hospital has no power to instruct the U.S. Home Office to extend anybody's visa for them. No. Their job is to take care of you. If you want to extend your visa, if you want to work on your status, it is between you, your lawyer, and the immigration service. It is nothing now. So that conversation should not come in. The hospital, the Mayo Hospital, was supposed to extend Kenofuriata's stay. What the fuck? It's a regular hospital. And their power no more. Say, I was say, say, I was Kenofuriata's stay. Are you people, do you read at all? What kind of analysis is this? Ghana radio so can TV so can Kenofuriata is in America. His status, and as a visa no, EU, and America for say, visa ne why are you here? Finito. And the chicken of Kenofuriata, the Busan say, I didn't know buy or catch America for eyes for say, I came to do a surgery. Oh my God, surgery, why you have you gone for your review? You can go home and come for the review. If you think your visa is about to expire, go to your home country, reapply, extend your visa at the years, and come back for the review. That's it. You are not supposed to stay in America and tell me, say, the hospital, no, they were supposed to extend Kenofuriata's stay. No hospital in America will keep a patient there. The beds are very important. You might be one of the billionaires in the world. Udu hospital, now doctor show we says so. Now you're okay. That bed. It does not matter the amount of money you have. You need to leave. Somebody needs that bed. So always to because if you record that is America for you. Munjai radio na motesoki kam kwasi asem. The Mayo Hospital was supposed to extend Kenofuriata's stay in the hospital. Man, enough time. They have done the surgery. They have assessed him. They have reviewed him. So Kenofuriata nye di paboni niya anka day now muyi no. Oba fi be 2 weeks no. Nanko so ko Ghana ko renew the visa no oba. But because he's a fugitive, because time na other hospital no na oye fugitive. So time no na oye person of interest na Interpol list no order so. The hospital didn't want to get involved. Their job as a medical facility is to treat the patient and let the patient leave. Now the patient steps out of the hospital. It is between the patient and the immigration service. They don't have anything to do with your stay. Kenofuriata ba no. The visa no the hospital will take care of Kenofuriata and discharge him. Their job is to save his life. Until I'm taking care of him, now 2 weeks, no more okay, they will discharge him. So it is not their responsibility to extend any stay at a hospital or a hotel. Is it a holding cell? The foolishness on our TVs in Ghana, any radios, no, mumma yenja the misinformation. It is clear. Ken Oforiatta, he has overstayed, or his visa or his status isn't in the right state. So the ICE people are questioning him about his stay. So obviously, why are you still here? So be surgery. Surgery no omunwiye. Say if you think say you come back for review, go back, go get a visa and come back. It is finished. Now, this is another story. I'm a say and it is about this guy. Nana Komia, Mrs. Nana Komia. He has hidden it, but he'll come out of the closet. He's still in the closet. ICE, we want our father back home, please. We want Jesus, the money box. Give us our money box. ICE, give us our money box. We want our money box back home. We need the money box. Now, Mrs. Nana Komia so akasa and Diana Oka. Or see, NPP knew we had no chance against Mahama in 2024 elections. As some way, so ya badwimba na unim nyansa now the MPP chia. I was saying kende ya or resign free MPP nim because anke bo tuoku senka sebio ya attack ku 2024 elections anke nana komia ne ba omia mu ne ku tie asema nana komia ka say na omunim say Mahama be wini against ba omia no omunim so be lose elections no, but what they did is they gave their people false hope. They gave them fake hope. They made them believe, say, Bawumia stood a chance against Mahama. And then on one account, say, oh, near him say, Bawumia be lose. Yet him say, Bawumia, on to me, fan on to Bahama, about Nyansani election. Near him say, Bawumia be lose. Nan so, him say, yen call for the Jiminti. Into 2024, you bow to and Kakasian Penny will come here to actually. Ye catch them say they knew they were going to lose the elections. They knew Bawumia was going to lose miserably. They knew Bawumia was not even going to cross 35%. Men make catch Bawumia 38 no nyaya. They are even shocked say Bawumia 38. The MPP leadership, Mahmoud Bawumia 38% no nyaya. They are still shocked to say Bawumia 38. They were looking at 33, 35. So for him to even say this today, to Wuna Oya polling agent, Oya MPP grassroots is a krantie. Say grassroots. MPP grassroots. Mumbai Ejma, Omo refer grassroots. Omo musamoya en krantie. Monam banjiaze. Yaka say grassroots. Mote say en krantie. Intino mo pesa mo MPP grassroots no. They wanted the grassroots to go and die. Nana Komia election day not Accra. Mrs. Nana Komia. Na Oten crying. He knew Bawumia was going to lose. But one kind of grand this same person was giving them false hope and telling them, we are going to win. But the most important thing is about Nana Komia can say for Bawumia about Bawumia handling the economy. Now, Mumia go tie asema Nana Komia kan. Muntie ni pa. I want to bow some kofo yo. Omusa omo Jimmy. Omunyina wabodam.
Bawumia was he in charge of the economy, the macro economy? Was in charge. Omahin Uchi said Bawumia was in charge. Only had a finance minister appointed a crew of about 14 people to manage the city. It's okay. Any pay be a mukasa asemi ende. No man a deep parliament for him to demand the resignation of the finance minister because of the economy. NDC for a party where on a move motion of censure of parliament to remove the finance minister because of the economy. It is about me in charge of the economy. I don't know this Obama finance minister. I don't know any penny be a normally about me pray no. Only the MPs. See any finance minister for real time free hub because economy.
This is the problem. Very diabolic sycophants. The one means a Tarzan. Asamenoka. Oh, was Bawumia in charge of the economy? The question of Obusa, I don't know, the microeconomy. Or say, it's more person which said Bawumia was in charge of the economy. It's Bawumia because any row are buying money dying. Because at this point, Bawumia was not in charge of everything, anything. It's just Bawumia de pan or yeah. You can say Juma also Bawumia was not in charge. You can say corruption, I said Bawumia knew nothing. You can say E-Levy, I must say Bawumia knew nothing. You can say NAPCO, Bawumia knew nothing. You can say Kufuor the way by. Just see, no economy minister, yet most of Bawumia wasn't in charge. Into Bawumia because any role in there, then no yeah. What was Bawumia's role in the Kufuor administration for 8 years? Because you are telling me, I know because some refuse, me so muso omo Jimmy, omunyina no mabodam. Now Bawumia is not in charge of anything. So, the engineer so emfankas about Bawumia betuma to Ghana and to lead the MPP. He needs to tell us what he did, whatever he was in charge of. Tell us what Bawumia was in charge of. Because you are telling us, say, one, Yasima Ahmadu Bawumia, or no, he wasn't in charge of the economy. You are asking us, was Bawumia in charge? From your explanation, he wasn't in charge. We get it. Cool. Mr. Akomia, Mrs. Akomia. We get it. Secondly, the same Mahmoud Bawumia said he was not in charge of the NAPCO. Bawumia says he wasn't in charge of the E-Levy. Bawumia says he wasn't in charge of the dollar exchange rate. He wasn't in charge. Mahmoud Bawumia said he wasn't in charge of the economic management team. He says he wasn't the leader. The same Bawumia must say he wasn't in charge of the FX committee. 80 Tarzan, Mrs. Akumia. The question here is, Mum Chedi Bawumia was in charge or you better never assessing. Because every day, Bawumia is not in charge of anything. Every single day, Bawumia, he's not in charge of this. Okawia, he's not in charge of it. Akwa saw the 33 policies by. Inti Robben will play no what 33 policies no. Ana muda mudunso ansana mada rasa muda ansana madunso. Ana me besemi because it does not make any sense. Bawumia does not want to take credit, blame for anything. You are asking us, was Bawumia in charge of the economy? Because at a point, yet TBB for an FX committee, now Bawumia and Kahun, he wasn't in charge of the economy. At a point, now Nkofobi say, Kenoforiata, yen changino, into Nkofoka Sani say, Bawumia was not in charge of anything. Yatna Momka just say, E-levy, I had better Ghana for no, Bawumia did not know anything about it. You same people are telling us, say, dollar exchange rate, you know, Bawumia is not the one who was managing the exchange rate until he's not in charge. So what was Bawumia in charge of? Jimmy. It's about time you made the guy step up and take blame for the things he basically lied about. Until Bawumia takes blame and be shown and kicked out of Ghana politics, the MPP will never survive. You people cannot tell him in the face and say, it is because of your incompetence. We were here when Mahmoud Bawumia told us that he has logged the dollar. Wankasa Santehine has logged it. Wankasa me papa Okaka Bin Ando has logged it. Wankasa Ekufuado has logged the dollar. Wankasa Ghana penyini bi na alloc dollar no ediki no egu ni botomo. Or say, I have logged it. Fast forward, yebedruha na Akwa pe president dia. You are telling us he wasn't responsible for anything. Now, if Bawumia for 8 years wasn't responsible for anything, why should anybody hand over Ghana to Bawumia? Because then he lacks experience. Then there's no track record that we can base on to say this guy qualifies to be the president of Ghana or even to lead the MPP. Because you need to come with something in your hand. You need to prove. You need to come with a resume that is reliable enough that we can base on and say, okay, from that, with this experience, we can give you the nod to lead MPP and to lead Ghana. But for 8 years, Akwa where you pay, Akwa where a vice president, Akwa where a press conference, Akwa claiming Nyoma Bebre. You people are still telling us he wasn't in charge of anything. So, at the end, the engineers won't find you Bawumia as a president. We are waiting for Bawumia to come out and tell us what he was in charge of as the vice president to a tortoise. Because at this point, we don't know what he was in charge of. Now, we don't know the resume. We don't know Bawumia's resume. Economy, Amusi, he wasn't in charge. Intesia was in charge of what? Employment, he wasn't in charge. Galamsey, he wasn't in charge. For 8 years, if the guy cannot tell us what he was in charge of, then what experience does he bring on board? What does he bring? What does he bring? Edere Kutano, he also kuta empty resume to second in Japan. We want somebody with, because John Mahama Eba 2024, no, we picked his resume and told Ghanaians, Mahama was in charge of this. He was in charge of that. He was in charge of this. This one didn't go well. He took their responsibility and said, wait, it could have been done better. I was in charge. This was done right. I'm in charge. This, John Mahama made us know. Baby also take blame, no, blame, no. Baby also say work was done perfectly. He told us. But he's not telling us where and what he was in charge of. But he wants to lead. Lead with what? Huh? He used to lead or Chebe Busamo. Bawumia needs to come out and tell us what in the Kufuor administration 8 years now. What was he in charge of? Ordinary Jumani saying. What was Bawumia's role? The role is saying from what you are saying, Anakumia, say it was Bawumia in charge of the economy, and that was he in charge of the FS committee was not there. We want to ask him, Ochina Oko campaigner, Oma Ghana for what he was in charge of. Kennedy Japan ask him. Muhammad Musa Bawumia say, so 8 years he was in charge of what? Then now only a year in charge of. Yeah, but see who ni resume. Momo Bodam. Now, look at something. You say, Nipa 118.
Ghana, a peaceful country and a beacon of democracy in its fourth republic, has had violent free elections and transitioned power peacefully without any unrest or civil strife. This has become effortlessly possible because of the peace-loving leaders Ghanaians have successfully elected to lead them. President Kufuor in 2007 perfectly described the attribute of the type of person to lead Ghanaians at all times.
So anybody who is always full of tension and fighting and that sort of thing, we have to be careful about. Whether when the power is given to this person to lead us, he's the type with the experience and with all due respect, the wisdom to be able to keep the country united, to secure the...
Sorry, yeah. Yakasa na try. Now, some 118 non-MP NPP TA. Say some 118 non-MP NPP 2024 parliamentary candidates endorsed Dr. Bawumia ahead of 31st January presidential primary. Mama kind of church before. Yes, some 118 non-MP NPP 2024 parliamentary candidates endorsed Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ahead of the 31st January presidential primaries. Yes, non-NP NPP 2024 parliamentary candidate. What do you say? Yes, 118 failures. They have endorsed a failure. Ready? You see, 118 failures, political failures. They have endorsed a failure. Sanipa 118 no. Omu nyina no mo shaba omi asa no person komba parliament. Omu nyina are. Enti are for. Omu a ye pu omu a because omu tire wu. Ebi ya kromfo ye wifu a omu nsese omu bedi ni pe ni mo ko contest for MP omu nyina are ye no. Are for the nyina about together say ye ni are for ye nyina bedi are ni nim. The oyedi na chi ni ye ko ye no. Omu sa aba are for the are ni nim. It is anka news outlets and anka ye chi nyanko mo report to a and anka mo chro e caption na are for nyina so mu di are ni nechi. We mo give you Zangovoy. This is the first time I'm hearing failures, political failures, boldly coming out to say we are political failures. We want to endorse our leader who is a failure because it was him they were running with and they could not make it. They did not go to parliament because Bawumia ebinina na born the tuno ebi kaomo. Right now they are like, we are for political failures. We, all of us, Yajetum say failures in politics. We could not sell a message. We were not brilliant enough. We are seen as corrupt sycophants. We don't deserve to rule or lead Ghanaians in any part of Ghana. We want to tell you, say, ya for no, the for no, and then the are for Ajarinia or Irenia tum. Mo Jimmy Bruta. Just say they are endorsing failure. It is only in the MPP na mu say obiare. Na nenia je say ware. Na o magana fo mu say the omere ye da ho ta na chi ye yare for. We mu nim nyansa. Now, Akwa Weba constituency, Sankofoi, Emumu Biba constituency. Ena ututia na unwa dia we obuvu. How can failures endorse a failure? And yes, Bawumia 48%, 49.9%, Bawumia 38%. And these people are not shy. And you see the boldness. Oh, Yahweh, Yahweh for. Yahweh for. Inti Yaba, Yabesi Chiremu say, Yaba election, no, Yadi Bawumia message in a baye. Na Yabekacha Ghana for se Bawumia ni Beye Juma, and a Ghana for some Mojimi. Munina Amon set. And the leader and a fata into your mamma chance. Oma Saba Bib say any area for Ashe a Arenia 9 so Irene for It is true, NOB Kano. For the first time in the history of Ghana, the government in power is relaxed and the opposition is under pressure. Aboa Talata. The first time in the history of Ghana, Abaya and also no pressure na Abaya relax it. And her president, we call graphic publications, we call GBC. Abina relax it. And opposition, more pressure, almost opposition. Opposition, yen tax bobo pressure, almost when GB brutal. So this should tell you, say, it's a party that has no focus. The young ones on my party, this is to tell you, say, they don't even recognize the damage any party. They still don't recognize the total rejection from the people of Ghana. And I'm saying, no matter what is going on, they still don't respect us. And you see how bold they are. Yeah, 118. Ghana form pay. Nipana yedine chisan kebeko parliament no wa rechen obia e be se kire mo se wajimi kura yawe yenena ye be sa ba. How? Now, why no wa me hu se ejapa mesa ekotena radio so no ye MP onum wi che okusie. Ye busa ne se edie na wa ya ma secondary fo ejapa mesa PDS no a secretary. Okasa beka se ever ready battery shane to otietie bababu ejapa mesa secondary takrado fo munim nyansa mo pamo ne sa boa. Omo se Jimmy Bobo we Dot they sacked him. See how today failures have become so confident. Hey, MPP. It's so interesting, say, but mere failure to the point to say the NPP, 118 people want to make failure a norm. Failure can never be a norm, especially when it comes to politics. You can never make failure a norm, and that is what they are doing. Anything and there, Natoshi. Now Toshiso Kachira almost say, or say, NPP flag bearer race. If endorsement won elections, John Boadu, the drunkard, wouldn't have lost so woefully after being endorsed by 15 out of 16 regional chairmen. Or say endorsement in the Ewini power there. Anka John Boadu Kowinseni no. Time of go contest here no 16 regions no 15 and endorsing no and so we no are. And look where West. What dear, when you marry, and I reforce a baby endorse or we need Sabaumia make China mekano. Now, Omo Mori and Inano, Omia 118, Tomia reform. And about Miano or no or a singular into or we need and or reform. Into I reform said the Omo endorse or we need. It's so interesting, eh? And sometimes when you see these things, you ask yourself, say, what is really going on? Do they see the reality? Are they still understanding what is going on? Omunim say Ghana for the question ye sha na. Omu bu ye intelligence. Enti now Toshi say masa. Samu Jimmy ni mu nkura asesem no. Ya endorse ne ya endorse. Mu nyina mawe, mu ni munyansa mpo anka matete. Nipana adikudientia montume parliament no. It was because you people were running on the ticket of Bawumia. Now the reason why Ghana for rejecting Munyina and say Bawumia sebio ebini ana atare no ho ama ne ho bon no. Na sa ebini ne tare Munyina amo ho. It's what you have to do. You people have to go back, rebrand yourself, and align yourself proper with somebody a binin tare no one, ne homeboy, Ghana for will at least say, where dear. Now, baby, a KVIP number who go to Chiana, Baumia, Monenama Mohobono. Massa said, Massa got na KVIP, one from 100 you. Massa got him, muti bininim. Now, do you think, say, aligning with Baumia is going to make somebody at Adenta look at Akosia Menu now, when he said binini to say, Akosia? Beji MP, what bodam? Thiefman endorsed Thiefman. The reason why I'm went to run parliament, it was your affiliation to Bawumia. And you people basically represented lies. You represented corruption. You represented something filthy in politics. In Ghana for who Bawumia no muhu because Bawumia e binin na tare no man ho bon na nkofo sere no na e bi tare mo ho. It is some way intelligent, now we are smarter. This is the time you don't even affiliate. This is the time you don't align with the same thing that will make you smell. What you do is you take a step back. You look at the process and see. Realign yourself. Now, Mojiminti, a binina may reject him mono, and then what to Intimojin say, sign endorsement where I'm here, Yakoto Ababimna, Moko primary, sir. Omo constituency woro, Omema Koye. Parliamentary candidate. Now, then a chair say, Moko 2028, Echo contest the primaries. You people are going to win. Munina, Mubenya, mo primaries now say we need a parliamentary position to become the parliamentary candidate for the party. Then a chair musa. Mwe Jimmy, your level of thinking in politics now will form. Don't you people have advisors? You can endorse Bawumia without making it public. You can walk to Bawumia and say, you know something, I really like what you're doing. I want to support you. When you do this, you slaughter yourself. When you do this, and most of you are in politics, you don't have advisors. You don't have people who sit you down and look at things and say, you know what? When we look through the hourglass, this is how it's going to look. This is how you need to maneuver your way. This is politics as in general, but you have to understand that you are walking through this mess yourself. If I am your political advisor and you are a candidate who in 2024 money a Bawumia a contest here on his ticket and you had that bad loss, what I'm going to tell you is at this point, don't align. Do party work. Let party see you. Don't align because the probability of you going back to contest as a parliamentary candidate is high. If you are still stuck to what actually made you lose, the probability of you losing is high. So play party role, be in a party, do not align. But I want to say, much of need political strategists. Many people who can think ahead. They can strategize for you. You can be active in the party, be part of Bawumia's campaign, but do not align. When Jimmy in politics, because me wadenta and I'm 2 tiawa. Na me hu saade we na Bawumia hu ye me hi. Na DDP ba me sika hye. Na o saba be gina me nima ka kire me say mento aba ma because what the Bawumia your partners. Una oda hu di Bawumia chi. I'll tell you, say you don't have a political future. You don't even understand what you represent. There was a reason why Bawumia lost and lost so badly. Into me 118 coming Jimmy too much. You people know nothing about politics. Jimmy. You don't have any experience. My say Nkoko. My support in Nkoko. Choka. Yeah. You are 90% of you. My ending political career. You are done. You are done. Now, party primary school. Oje say Bawumia nko for nkwa na be wo. Say ewie we. Na say ope say individually mo come party, mo constituency echo contest for a party internal elections. Oje say Bawumia nko for nkwa na betina. O bodam. Aya na mo Jimmy. You forget. Don't align. Those who can align are those in parliament already. When those in parliament align, they can align because there's an insurance cover. Now you who tried with Bawumia in the first place and lost miserably, you don't align. You let Bawumia understand you like him, you are going to work for party, you're going to do everything behind the scenes, don't align. Because you see, One, you have to first cross the hurdle of internal party elections before you can become a parliamentary candidate. It is a memetiha. That's a will be MPP mu. Now person contest in the primaries. I'll finance that person. I'll stop you. Yeah. Most of you will not win your primaries internally. You won't. Let's see. So I mean, Michelle list where I can pick like 4 and get an MPP person and finance the person or my own pass it and cross it, because there are factions in the party. There's the Kennedy factor, which is very significant. And sometimes I am but you say party one person there, but you say one group there. You people are going to feel the reality after 31st this January elections. Most of you, your political career will end. So whether you endorse or you don't endorse, you will fail. But the probability of you at least winning your internal primaries as parliamentary candidate, if you had refrained from this, maybe some 10% of you guys would have made it. But I'm telling you, 90% of you, 2028, we will not see you as parliamentary candidates for the MPP. Yeah. You are done. Jimmy, you're smart. You don't, some person your politics are invest in it. Get an advisor, when your advisors best 3. Yeah. Get like 3 advisors and be ready to listen. Be ready. And it's that people are winning elections for America near this city, they spend a lot of money on advisors. It is not easy, strategists. And you be and you be and you be endorse it. As much as sometimes it's difficult because of your advisor's advice and the idea you have, the end game, sometimes you pull out. But Mama Jimmy, you're smart. Erade. Now, you see OB of Asempa, and then we have done 3 hours, 45 minutes, 15 minutes, 4 hours, upon 8. TV 8 hours. It's crazy. It's interesting. I'm not tired. Nothing. Yeah. I don't feel tired. Nothing. I'm still doing my show. And I swear to God, I can go for like 8 hours. But more 15 minutes in my phone. I need to go home. Now, you see OB of Asempa. Asempa FM Philip Osei-Bonsu files RTI request over state's 214 million loss from gold for reserve program. 1. So we caption now. The Joy News people are basically confirming. They, in their own interpretation from their caption, they have declared it said there's been a loss. You see how bad journalism is in Ghana. If they wanted to prove, say, and now make their reportage clear, better, the loss, 214 million loss, it should have been in inverted commas. But you see, they want to send a message because at this point, nobody has been able to establish, say, $240 million a loss. Nobody. So if you're writing a caption like this, then it means you, as a media house, you are confirming, say, 240 million has been lost. And at the end of the day, you as a media house too, you are not able to prove it. And see, what they are doing, and they are forcing a narrative. If you see you see Obi say, on Tinwasi, or no Obi no on Tinwasi, or say or call RTI, or when you documents in because only your GD say $214 million, gold board aboka. The hatred for Sami Jemfi in say, Sami Jemfi is in a position where for the rest of their lives, they cannot get to that position. A hatred. You see, Obi of Asempa, he wants to be an MPP parliamentary candidate or Western Region Ho baby. That's his target. And you know the people using him, Afenyomakin and a Gabi Mune using. The same way Afenyomakin, using the last guy. Remember, the last guy, Oyejuma wa Afenyomakin law firm. Obi, Afenyomakin and a Gabi Mo and a sponsor no the law school. Mutia and fees man. Now, what they are using him to do, no, is who said the last guy, HIV, the last guy, Obiad Emuneto. Afenyomakin used the last guy, they have exhausted him. Now, they have turned around. They are using Obi as a journalist. So, Obi, why don't you do this? So all that he's doing, after you're marking the shade, after you're marking the shade in law school. Now they cannot use the last guy, they are using Obi. And they have promised him, say, they are going to fund him for him to win the primaries at the Western region to become a parliamentary candidate. That is his ambition now. So they are using him to do the dirty job. That is why they are doing this. That's all. And I've told you this over and over and over. They have confronted Sammy Gyamfi for Sammy Gyamfi to say, Muska. Sammy Gyamfi said he's not going to do it. They want Sammy Gyamfi to pay them money. Sammy Gyamfi said he's not going to give them money. So that is all part of the reason they have ganged up against Sammy Gyamfi. Sammy Gyamfi is young. When we now feel say Sammy Gyamfi, John Mahama put opportunity to other man, they are never going to get such opportunity. So right now, they are going to go into the MPP and fight Sammy Gyamfi, embarrass him, and use it as the springboard to start their political career. That's all. Obeso uses Sammy Gyamfi and they starting the political career. So what is going to use this to do? They say, Obeko Western region ho constituency Obeso win no. The message be say, Monkai, mena meko busa eye RTI for say, Omo hwehwe gold board ekanim inti me dogana me domo. That is the campaign or building no. We are a criminal. But yet krom ha. Ya de enim de Obeko parliament ne de onko parliament. The agenda now mukukino enye jumada. This basic jandam ideas we enko bibia. And Obi ye catch the Ghana for that. The motive now mudi ejuma no enye. Oh, there's one thing. If you're able to build yourself and build yourself without people using bad political money to build yourself, you will not be scared of it. See what politicians are using you to do. I have no problem if you want to go to RTI and seek for answers. But hey, shockingly and suddenly, there's the time you feel say you need to go to RTI for information. Right now in Ghana, nobody has been able to prove, say, gold board, Aboka 240. So what's the basis for this? It's just for politicians. They are using him like a dog. Ayet Kaba, na ohosti show and say mufrim kurase ebano. Nobody can use Kaba to do this kind of dirty job. Meka chiremo. Oma hene Kwabena Asante, Obi, ene Dominic. Omukoji sika, tama jankroma, ambulance case ne ba no. They went to take money. I have them on video. I have them on picture. Kwabena Asante, one Dominic rekoji sika no debre Obi. That is what they do. They take money and then destroy people. Jankroma ambulance issue no. Obi, Dominic, ene Kwabena Asante, omukoji sika. They went to take money. And it's some cheap money. They took cheap money, cheap. And when you see these things, don't be surprised. After you're in law school, and they are going to use him to do dirty job, and they will dump him like shit. So this is nothing to me. See it as a joke. And from today, when he sits on radio to speak. Watch him and laugh. He can never be objective, and he has never been objective. Debi Amekacham say, "We mono omu use mu de build your life." They are dirty politicians, so in the name of we are journalists. These are dirty people. On a normal day, if anybody wants to go to RTI and ask for information, there's nothing wrong with it. But the motive behind it, Obi Atena Kunyo Wemu how many years, and they could follow all the things that happened. He even refused to speak on it. Today, suddenly, he feels he needs to go to RTI. It's all because they need money. Sammy Gyamfi is not going to pay. So they are telling themselves whatever they will do to bring the boy down and bring the NDC government down. Because you see, at this point, they need to work for MPP to reclaim its image. When was the last time you saw Obi sit on TV to do an editorial on the NPP and how bad they destroyed the station for 30 minutes? You know why? Because every single person he will touch on has given him money. Every single person he touches on, those people are the people who are telling him, we are going to help you go to parliament. We are going to help you win your primaries. He cannot criticize his own political party. And it's so funny, when these people try to play on the conscience of the people, pretending, say, Jimmy, we don't know what we are doing. they get the opportunity and the privilege to sit on radio keke, to speak on matters, to ask unnecessary questions, they automatically think say Obia or Shobubie Jimmy. That is what they do. And you see, they will blow themselves up. They will make their own mistakes. They will expose themselves. Let's give them time. Give time some time. Mr. Day, let us give time some time. We will all see. And there are more things that we will reveal. Time no day, but time day. We will take care of everything. We have time. So let them do whatever they want to do. Let them try and do. Right now, the agenda is that NDC4, they cannot do anything. And I'm saying this on authority. Nobody can bring the NDC down. Hey, you can get 50 scanners on NDC. NDC will win 2028. And nobody in Ghana can stop it. They say 50 scandals can come in this government. NDC will win 2028. Nobody can stop it. No spiritualist, no malam, nothing, no propaganda, no jandam. NDC will win. Obodam, what do you say easy? You people think it is easy, eh? Some of you people, when you try to touch that power, you will die before your time. You think it's easy? When you people try, some of you, when you try to touch that power, this power, John Mahama Kuta, God will strike Mubewu before your time. You think it's a joke, eh? That power Kuta John Mahama no, or hand it over ma Obi one day, Obi you will die. You think it is easy? And a power bedi John Mahama. You think it is easy? And a John Mahama is changing Ghana, God working through him. Do you know what comes together to get that power for John Mahama? Something you have no idea about. Don't try and go around it. Men try that. Idea wouldn't idea. Don't go around it. Don't try to destroy it. Because when it turns against you, you go before your time. And you're dangerous. The spirit in our soils, on our land, they handed power over to John Mahama. I just said John Mahama and no man calling them all. Oh, but damn. Oh, you said John Mahama. And your Yanko Ponsan womb, any of minor assassin so to me, any to me a more assassin. So I just said John Mahama commit to me. Oh, but damn. Anybody who dares, you go before your time. And I'm advising all of you people. You have no idea. But they're all sorry, yeah. Now we are dirty politics. What you said that form, sir. Okay, the form can confirm funny easy. This is the last story. Let me tell you. There has never been any NIMOS activity in Tano North. I'm using this platform to invite them. Obwa. Yeah. Sa Gideon Boakwe, one of the biggest liars in Ghana. Mamika we been sure. Sa Brante now contested Gideon Boakono. That credible young man now contested Gideon Boakono. Do you know Gideon Boakono? Sa Tano South City, no? Gabe them and do 3,000. Do you know? Upon the military intimidation, and in we have more than 3,000 votes difference. Now that gentleman now contested Gideon Boakono. He is now the MC of the place. Now Gideon Boakono is cooking some jandam propaganda with some journalists. And I would like to advise my brother Erastus Asaridonko. Erastus, don't fall for their antics. Don't do it. They will create a story and make you think, say, the story is legit. Erastus, you are my boss. Double check before you do any story at Tano. Because Tano North, Gideon Boakono knows 2028, it will fall. Now, do you know the game he's playing? He's planting stories in Tano North, creating the impression, say, Obi ye galam say, now, when you go to Tano North itself, Tano North, Omon Shada enye alluvial mining. They do a lot of hard rock mining. As far as in so far in Sonenia Seno, when you go beyond Tano North, there's a bigger mining company, right? A legitimate commercial mining company. Almost using the same stream. I'll come and tell you, break it down for you to understand. Now, what Gideon Boakono is trying to do is say he's trying to malign the MC, trying to make him unpopular. Because when we say MC is working. Now, the issue here is, say, NIMOS beba eyedian Tano North. Why don't you officially write to NIMOS? Why don't you tell them, say, aha, any aha, and a NIMOS mumbra? But you sit there and say, oh, since NIMOS was put together, they have never come to my constituency. Do you really care about your constituency? Do you really want to stop Galamsey in your constituency? Then you don't have to sit on TV and say NIMOS has not been to my constituency before. You can officially go to NIMO. You can go there as the member of parliament for that constituency and make a report, detailed report with evidence that they should come to your constituency. What he's doing is he wants to create some impressions. Say MC ni nyele juma ye obwa. The MC is working and he knows the MC in 2028 with my help. You better know. Now what they are doing is they are setting my boss Erastus Asaredonko up. And let me tell you, Erastus is doing a fantastic job. Any day, any time, he's covering illegal mining. I am in support of him. I don't care who criticizes me or criticizes him. I don't care. I want him to keep doing what he's doing. Wherever the story is, he should do it. But what this guy is doing, and they say, he has set up some people at Tano North and move feedy journalists for be fake stories, creating the impression, say, Nipebu Tano North, many MC, no, BBC. And I think my boss Erastus is getting lied to without knowing. I know sometimes you go there, sometimes you don't go there. And sometimes you wait for reliable information from your sources. Some of the stories are not true. We all want to fight illegal mining, but Sakwawe is a liar. He knows that the guy who contested him and the MC, he knows the guy is going to get rid of him in 2028. I'm talking about win against him. Until right now, he has started planting stories, making it look like, say, Nehono, Bibi Koso, so we a member of parliament. That's what person Tano North, Segalamse or go to NIMOS, write to them officially, add all your evidence and tell them NIMOS come. I will have to be there to help. But you don't go and sit in Accra and say, since NIMOS came, they have not been to your constituency. He's lying. He's a liar. And Najenda was starting, this is the same through Diba Omiechino, Atrose Yao, and Tano North for Munyankwasiafo. They have started reading between the lines. I'm saying here, so Tano North, that's how we are Galamsey are prepared because NIMOS, they are watching. They will come and they will come after you. Gideon Buaku is playing a smart game or jandam propaganda. As smart as illegal mining, he is behind some of the illegal mining. He and his MPP people who were mining before NDC came to power, almost funding the campaign, they are the ones doing the illegal mining there. There is illegal mining going on there. He knows it. He wants to turn the story and make it look like, say, MC in Obwa. He's lying. He's involved. Gideon Buaku is involved in the Galamsey. The people who sponsored his campaign and the MPP, Sankofona are the ones he wants to protect, but he's indirectly making it look like, say, South Nipana NDC for the MC or say anything. That is what he's doing. And he's lying to Rastus, any other reporters and sending some fake information out. I'll come here and expose this guy or a Cromfo. The gap between him and the current MC, time I'm contesting in 3,000 Osro or lose election 2028. And definitely he's going to lose the elections. Me say Gideon Buaku will lose 2028 elections at Tano North. And I'll help the MC to make sure Gideon Buaku loses it. From now, he's going to start cooking a lot of stories. It's more stories if you want to. Double check before you do the story. Gideon Buaku is a liar. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful night. We'll meet tomorrow. We will discuss Ghana. God bless you. God bless me. Cheers. And good night. Abuache. Gigim.
Yo! We are best fishermen. Solo Kodo. No answer my. Abuache. You will for Belgium Pan. It was a tia Belgium Pan. It was two Belgium Pan. Why you're yet? Why round what? Why you're yet? Why round what? Why you're yet? Why round what? Why you're yet? Supuno, why round what? It was for Belgium Pan. It was a tia Belgium Pan. It was two Belgium Pan. It was a Belgium Pan. Why you're yet? Why round what? 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 Every papa no, what one is the motto? 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 Why round what?
want me to bang your butt. Where you mind, don't crumba.